Introducing PubCoin. PubCoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into PubCoins. PubCoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here, Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. PubSportsRadio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Upgrade your membership to Gold. You will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the Gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Matt Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! There he goes. There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here. Oh, look at No Splash Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Can. Kenny Can wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make a run? Can Res Mall make a run to be $50? You son of a bitch! Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Can Smoke and Mirrors. Director 97 home. That is why here comes Jason Meyer, the other auto custodian. Billy Friedrich. Jones one all coming down to the finish.
Nowhere!
Oh no! Fanatical Jim!
Get 'em, Jimmy, where low shack at? The bottle's getting empty, I'm not cracking, we stacking. Chips, all of this, what I want, plus money winners, that's what I'm on. You can say I'm gone, I prefer elevated Pub Sports Radio. Time to get educated, who can produce, pay the juice, letting loose with so much abuse that the bookies wanna call the truth. They get slaughtered, can't forget Jeff and low baggers in the chat. That's a lethal weapon, cause we need, oh yeah, pubbing, we be pubbing!
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Friday, November 8th to all of you. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. What a roller coaster ride yesterday. God, it felt like I was going to have a monster day at times. And in the end, 8-6 plus 1.59 units. But God, it was the football game. I mean, the first half, I think I'm going to It's 21-7, 5 minutes in the third. I'm thinking I'm going to cash the under and the Bengals. At least I got the Bengals home, 1-1 in NFL. We cashed the Bulls first quarter +3. All I took was heat in the chat for that winner. A lot of negativity towards that look. That cash. We're 8-4 now in NBA, which is good. College basketball 2-2. The two spots I wanted from the show were Stony Brook and UAB. And then I added Delaware and Southern Indiana, which lost. Now, Southern Indiana came so close. I mean, that was overtime. It's the worst feeling in the world, having a dog and going to overtime. It's just, you know the future. It's a sickening feeling. So 2-2 to start out the college basketball card, 4-3 plus 0.98 units in NHL. I mean, I guess, I'm fortunate to have pushed the Bruins -1, even though they were up 3-1 going into the third period. But the Jets -1, pushed that. So 2 pushes. Senators was a bad look, but Utah covered beautifully. Predators first period was another bad look. I mean, the Panthers are a juggernaut. Are they just going to keep firing even in the worst possible situations? I mean, that's what it seems like. Then I lose Buffalo, New York under 6.5. When Luokinen was spectacular. All I needed was Shesty to be okay. But then we cashed Pitt, Carolina under 6.5. Cashed the Canucks in the Wild puck line. Those 2 opportunities late night were very, very easy and very important to the evening. So that's that, man. Just a battle of enormous proportions yesterday. Thank you to all of those who joined us on the live stream for NFL. That was an absolute roller coaster, dude. I mean, good God, what a football game. Shout out to all the cappers in the chat. We got Justin McKelvey here locking in his stacks plays of the day. Penn State in college hoops. Let me get that for you right here. Penn State in college hoops. Get that locked in, loaded here. We have CMAC for college hoops. Might have a best bet from Daby Cab. Let's get this here. Both will be opening up their account here with us on the show, which will be fun. Daby Cab, of course, coming off the monster 60+% season last year. So then Justin McKelvey's next spot is in NBA. We have Wine Time joining us in NBA, and stakes are high already for Wine Time, not getting out of the gate the way he would like to. Tough start for Wine Time, so the stakes are very high. It's a important day for him here. A Fap win in the house. He's on Minnesota. First period -0.5 and full game on the puck line. I get it. I mean, it was such an easy casher for us last night with them. It's an interesting spot for the Ducks because this is now game 3 of a 6-game homestand, and a crucial homestand for them. Let me get that right here for you. Fap win, my friend. Great to see you. That is copied and pasted. NJ Striker in the house. Oh, Justin, no worries, my man. Lots of great live stream opportunities ahead. We have Truth Teller in the house. Dougie Wise, Iowa -6 at -120. We'll be capping college football with Daby Cab and Wine Time Sports. And Wine Time is all over that Iowa UCLA game. There we go. Eric Jones, Bo Jackson, Nordy in the house. Great to see you guys. Jim Rome's a douche. It's been a long time. It is great to see you, man. Great to see you. Andrew G, ready to get to work. Great to see you. Eric Jones over 52.5 the Ravens game. A lot of you guys cashing on the over. Great work. Irish King ready to get to work. DC Capper in the house. The chosen one. Serious business. Slatsy off a 5-2 night. Slatsy on McMichael over a half goal. Rossi, who I picked in the pool. Nice pick, very late in the pool. But I'm in fifth right now, and the person that in first is got like 25 points clear of me right now. Let's get his action here. Also, it sucks. I have a heads up bet with the guy who's in first too, so makes it doubly aggravating. And he's messaging me, trying to get in my kitchen, Nasty Nate says maybe if he puts the wine down, picks up the tequila. Well, that he loves his tech. Who doesn't love his tech? Viper MB, Cheshire Cat, Slatsy, wow, they're 15-1 last 16 versus the Ducks. 9 Legacy in the house. He's backing the Leafs here. I'm very interested in the Detroit Red Wings. This line's moving so heavy towards the Leafs. I wonder if I just stay off. Luke Murphy ready to go. Ron Crawford, NHL play today, Caps -1. God, this belief that the Caps aren't a very good hockey team for me is costing me a lot of money right now. I have moved on the over 6.5 in that hockey game. 869 here says any of the Maui Classics teams played yet? We do have a one. We got to move go, but we do have third for college basketball because we are talking about that 1 p.m. game in college basketball with CMAC, the Gardner-Webb North Carolina Central Eagles game at 1 p.m. So we'll give you that afternoon action. Cheshire says McMichael's on fire. He is. Aaron Gaza in the house. Dougie Wise. Great job last night, Dougie Wise. Ron Crawford, a play of the day here. The Bucks +7.5, second half of a back-to-back at Madison Square Garden against the Knicks. Let's get that copied and pasted here. I love it. I love it. Ron Crawford, NCAA play today. Mexico +3, New Mexico +3. We are talking about that spot here. Let's go. My dude in the house, ready to get to work. Let me just get this college basketball play of the day. God, it was a late night of capping and a very early morning of capping, and thank God it was an okay day yesterday, but it could have been a great day. Irish King sipping on Havana Club already. Respect. And Slatsy says, just heard there's a flu bug going through the Wings dressing room. You know, that makes sense to see this now. I don't fade sickness. That's not worked for us, but that makes sense to me here. It makes a ton of sense because this market is just moving so briskly towards the Leafs. And we know, we backed the Leafs when Austin Matthews was injured. Their first game without him. Now their second game without him, I wanted to fade him. But that makes a ton of sense here. Thank you for letting us know, Slatsy. Crucial information, which will help keep me off. A Red Girl in the house. So we have a huge show today. We're going to start with CFL, get into NHL. It's just 2 games in CFL, 4 games in NHL. Then we have CMAC for college basketball, college football with Daby Cab and Wine Time, and then NBA with Wine Time. Nice job, Red Girl, going 6-0 here. So let's see if we can get Jose Bouquet, Snips Bouquet. Let's see if we can turn his camera on and have him jump on here for a second, because I need to, with all of the last minute capping and the last 2 bets that I made, I got in on a spot in CFL. I haven't tweeted out the show yet. So let's see if he can jump on and join me here while I tweet out this show. There he is. Look, what a sight for sore eyes. Never get a haircut. Never get a haircut, by the way. They all want you to get a haircut. Don't listen to them. This sort of semi-homeless look is in right now, So keep it going. Don't listen to them. How are you?
Excuse me. I'm doing well. I can't wait to see what happens. Excuse me. I can't wait to see what happens today on the show. Ron Crawford, good luck, my man. He's apparently having surgery for cancer removal. I'll be out a bit. Ronnie, I hope you're doing well.
When did this?
Well, about a minute ago. So, Ron, I hope you're doing well, my man, and I hope that surgery goes well.
Jesus. Yeah, wow. I just saw that there, and he's so understated. What a guy he is. Wow. Good. Thank you for mentioning that. Wow, Ron, yes. Let's all put the positive energy, send the positive energy in Ron's direction, and keep it going all day. That's always uncomforting and nerve-wracking. And so let's think about Ron, sending Ron love and prayers. Thank you for mentioning that, Jose. I'm so flustered today. I've been so flustered all morning. So Quentin Jennings in the house. Well, Quentin Jennings and all the prayers coming in for Ron. So thank you so much for talking about that, Jose. Keep rolling with the chat here. I'm just going to tweet out the
keep doing your thing. But no, I will not get a haircut. It's obviously No Shave November, so we'll see how. It'll probably take me the whole month of November to get my mustache back. But we're gonna keep it growing and see how long it goes. It'll be very fun. Jimmy, I will let you know now. My Ussie is gonna be polluted this weekend. So if you get any strange text messages from me,
what's the festivities?
There's like a Oktoberfest German thing they do here, and the white folk love it. And Helga and I go just for the food, and I just carry on a pitcher of beer, and I drink about 1/3 of it, and then my pussy's polluted. So that's typically how that goes.
Yeah, that is typically how that goes.
Yeah. I'm legendarily light drinker, but it is nice again to see everyone in the chat. Cheshire, Irish King, Jeffrey Blue in here. Red Girl had a great night last night as well. Shout out to you guys, the rivals, eternal rivals, Justin McKelvey and Eric Jones, both in the chat here as well. By the way, Jimmy, I thought this was interesting when I was making the graphics for the hockey games today. I'm sure before the Stanley Cup, for the Capitals, if you would have told you like in 5 years that the Capitals would be the better team and Sidney Crosby would be on a worse team than the Ovechkin, I'd be a little surprised. I was
not surprised at all. I just can't understand why they thought, oh, this is so cool. Let's keep these guys together for 18 years.
Yeah, they fucked it up.
What the hell are you thinking? This is a business. I mean, clearly they just have these personal relationships with these guys. They have this vividness bias. You got to take that love out. You got to take it out. I mean, yes, these guys have meant so much to you. It's 2024. What management would possibly think? Oh yeah, maybe they'll play 20 years together. I mean, what? I mean, it's just such terrible management, and now you have to pay the consequences of the terrible management. So they deserve everything they're getting, and they're going to lose. And they have the perfect general manager, Dubas, that little fanboy. He's perfect. He can sit there and cheer them on and massage them down and finish them off. Absolutely terrible. So let's get to work here, folks. Let's get to work. We have a huge card. Jose, thank you for everything, my friend. I'm ready to rock and roll. We have CFL off the hop. I've tweeted out the show. Let's get to work, my friend. And you jump on. Are you moving on any of this, any action here with us today? Is there any spots that you're going to be moving on?
Not to my knowledge yet. I will let you guys know that I already moved on UCLA earlier in the week.
Okay.
I got them at +5. Wine got him at a great number earlier in the week. He's on both UCLA and the money line there. There's a little spoiler alert for you people, but yeah, I'm on UCLA today, +5. So that is all I have today. I'm just, obviously, you know me, Jimmy. I'm just sitting back counting cash from the Ravens last night. So that was hilarious.
That was nice. Nice money line grab. Perfectly timed. If
I would have waited about 10 minutes and let that other Jamar Chase touchdown happen, that would have been awesome. But whatever. It's fine. But good luck, everyone. And let's go do some fucking CFL.
Let's go. I have many moves on CFL. Let's get right to work. We start at 3 p.m. Eastern on Saturday. Both games are on Saturday. These are the conference finals. We'll start with the Eastern Conference final. Toronto Argonauts 10-8, 3-6 on the road at the Montreal Alouettes, 12-5-1, 6-3 at home. We're at Percival Molson Memorial Stadium in Montreal, Quebec. 44 Fahrenheit, sunny, 3 miles per hour winds. What a difference a year makes. My goodness, this is just complete opposite situation of what we dealt with last season. Let's start with the line history right now. The Alouettes -1.5 at -113. They opened -1.5 at -106. Let's go to the money line here. On the money line, the Alouettes are -132 right now. So they opened up -124. The Argos opened up +108. They're now +115. I got in at +105 with the Argos. This moved to +110. It opened up at +105 over at Bet365. It moved to 110, and now it's back at 105. So clearly a pinnacle, the sharper of the two books, moving in the direction of the Montreal Alouettes. But I don't care. From a total standpoint here, it's a very high total. A lot of people are on the over. I have a very, very difficult time betting overs in huge football games, and I'm not going to here. So I will cheer everybody on who's on the over. This opened up at 52 -109 to the over. It's still 52 -109 to the over. Of course, the Argos come off of this massive, 58-38 victory over Redblacks, tons of points being scored. And the Alouettes are a far different team than the Red Blacks, but I can understand why everybody's moving on the over. I'm not on the over. I'm just on the Argos money line, and then I will back the Argos to win the Grey Cup. I have no futures on them, but let's talk about the situation here. Last year, the Argos were the toast of the league. They came into the Eastern Conference Final, the home game. They had gone 16-2. They hadn't lost a game that Chad Kelly started, and they hadn't played a game of any substance, a meaningful game. They hadn't played one in over a month. They looked sloppy. They were embarrassed. They lose 38-17 at home. Chad Kelly throws 4 interceptions in the loss. They turn the ball over. Now, this, of course, including the fourth down, failing on fourth down, but they turn the ball over 9 times in that football game. The Alouettes went on to win the 110th Grey Cup. The Argos sat in anger and embarrassment all offseason. The anger and embarrassment ballooned when Chad Kelly was suspended for the first 9 games of the season by the league. So they get off. So I'm on the Argos team total over. I think that they're going to be better than expected without Chad Kelly, and they do that. They go 5-4 without Chad Kelly, with Cameron Dukes or Arbuckle at quarterback. Chad Kelly comes back. Now, he's not being with the team for the first 10 or 11 weeks of the season because he's being suspended. So it's not like, when Trevor Harris was injured and he was working with the team every day, this guy was not allowed in the facility. So it took Chad Kelly a lot longer to get rolling than I had expected him to. They only went 5-4 with Chad Kelly at quarterback, but he got better every game, and they came together down the stretch. They put up 58 points in the divisional round. I was telling everybody that Chad Kelly is the best quarterback in the CFL. Physically, there's no question about it. He's just clearly the best quarterback in the CFL. Mentally, that's where the question marks come in. That's where you can fade the Argos and you can fade Chad Kelly and possibly succeed. But physically, he's the best quarterback in the CFL, and it's clear. Chad Kelly went 18 of 20 last week for 358 yards, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions. He also ran for a touchdown. Our guy Slatsy says that he will be in Ottawa for a Springfield show Saturday, which will force me to watch my Owls in Ottawa, which is bizarre. He's on Owls money line -120, Owls -1.5, -110, and Argos Owls over 52. And says karma gets Kelly. So here we go. Instead of last year, when Dequoy got that interception and ran the length of the field on that first drive, it was a thing of beauty. The Alouettes came in as the hunter. And the Argos had this perfect season with Chad Kelly at quarterback. They hadn't played any meaningful football, and they were the hunted. And that's exactly what they got. They got cut up. They got knifed up. Now the tables have turned. The Alouettes have not played a meaningful game in a month. They clinched the playoffs 2 months ago. And the Argos have been getting better every single game. Let's talk about some X's and O's. The Argos' pass defense has been an Achilles heel all season. Can Cody Fajardo take advantage of that and outscore the best quarterback in the league? Now, who's got the better wide receiving group? Even though the Argos wide receiving group has improved throughout the year, it's clearly the Alouettes wide receiving group. They're a phenomenally athletic and skilled group. But when it comes down to it, you have to ask yourself these questions. One, does Fajardo, who, Chad Kelly has the superior skill set, but does Fajardo have the ability to win the big game? I guess the real question is, with Chad Kelly's questionable character, does he have the ability to win the game? Because we know that Fajardo's character is money in the bank and he can win these big games, but we've never seen Chad Kelly do it. The Argos had the second most rushing yards per game in the regular season. They went over 100 yards rushing in all 3 games against the Alouettes. Kadeem Carey was a monster this year. He ran for 1,060 yards. That was third in the CFL. And the Alouettes, I would initially say with the Alouettes' bad rushing defense, that was because, they were ahead a lot of the time and teams were just, they were in pass defense. And if there was nothing available, they allowed a lot of yards to a quarterback because they were, sort of in just a relaxed pass defense against their opposition when they were up. But the fact that the Argos were able to run the ball against them efficiently and with success does mean that there is some holes in the Alouettes' run defense. Now, you can sit here and say, in the playoffs, the best defense beats the best offense. And you can say that. But when it comes to football, you can say the best defense beats the best offense. But you will also say the best quarterback usually wins the football game. And the best quarterback is Chad Kelly. Can he put it together in his head is the question. And I can't answer that, but I can certainly bet on it. I can bet on it. So the Alouettes have the best defense in the league. Second in regular season average points allowed. Beverett and Sankey were absolute monsters all season. I'm imagining having two linebackers like them. They second in pass defense, first in touchdowns allowed. Look, I have been wrong before believing in excellent athletes with questionable character to win the big game. But I tell you what, I am going and have bet the Argos. I've bet them with confidence. I bet them on the money line. It is just one unit. I haven't gone any heavier than that. It's just one unit on them. But I believe in it. I believe in it. Slatsy says sold out stadium in Montreal. So, Andrew G says, I can't call this game best versus best. No, I mean, the Bombers have made the Grey Cup 4 straight years. This is certainly the best of the best in the East. Gorky says Argos are done. Yeah. So, it's up to you now. This is a phenomenal football game we're going to watch. It's up to you. I'm on the Argos money line. I think the Argos go into Montreal and beat them. Slatsy says the Argos put up 463 yards to Drew Brown last week and won by 20. So what happens if Fajardo puts up 300 yards? Well, the Argos will still win. All right. There you go. An Argonaut is a boatman. It's a boatman. I don't really know. It's not a Viking. Is it a Canadian Viking? Is it a syrup-sucking Viking? All right, I'm on the Argonauts money line. Let's move on to the second game on the CFL playoff card. Saskatchewan Roughriders 9-8-1, 4-4-1 on the road at the Winnipeg Blue Bombers 11-7, 6-3 at home. We're at Princess Auto Stadium in Winnipeg, Manitoba. Usually this time of year, it's freezing cold in these parts. Freezing cold. Right? Freezing. That's not the case. Winnipeg, 52 Fahrenheit, mostly cloudy, 3 miles per hour. So I can't understand, and I said it to Slatsy, I can't understand why this total isn't moving towards the under. I can't believe it's because nobody's betting CFL and they're just kind of overlooking it. And yeah, I could be walking into a trap, but these Western Conference finals always go under. And I don't see why this game would be any different. Maybe the first half under is the proper bet, but I didn't want to double up on it. So I'm only on this full game under. We know the type of hijinks that can happen in the last 3 minutes of a CFL football game. So this total is at 48 minus 108. It is not moved since it opened. 48, not moved a cent. From a spread situation, we have a 3.5 right now. It is slightly juiced to the Bombers. This opened up at 3.5 here at this book, but at 365, this opened up at 4.5. I moved on the Bombers on 4.5 immediately. Now that's because I have the Bombers to reach the Grey Cup at plus 250. And I didn't want to add in the under. I didn't want anything to get in the way of me getting paid, but I felt like I just had to bet the under. So I got 300 on the under, but I got 500 on Saskatchewan plus 3.5 and 500 on the Bombers at plus 250. But I just, and maybe it's a mistake putting any, because I'm just sitting back hoping for the middle and in business. I can't lose, and I still can't lose because of the 250 being covered. Well, I guess I can lose now. What am I talking about? If the Bombers win the football game, if the Rough Riders win the football game, then of course now if the Rough Riders win the football game and the game goes over 48, I'll lose money. So there is a bad avenue. Let's talk about the spot here. If Winnipeg reaches the Grey Cup, it's the 5th straight year that they've done this. I don't think that Corey Mace, who's done a phenomenal job, and the Rough Riders can come in to Winnipeg and beat them. But if this isn't over a touchdown spread, they're certainly capable if they get the bounces. This is a ball hawk defense. 49 takeaways. 49 takeaways for this Bombers team in 18 games. I mean, that's just unbelievable. So the Bombers at home since 2019, including playoffs, are 40 wins and 6 losses. Now, they don't have Adam Bighill, their star linebacker. He's out for the season. So are they a little more vulnerable? Yeah. Yeah, I would say they are. Zach Collaros didn't look very good this year. It's amazing that Zach Collaros and Trevor Harris are now. These guys came in together in 2012 with that Grey Cup winning Argos team. They were backups. It's amazing sitting here right now, and Trevor Harris is the better quarterback. I would never have said that 3 months ago. The Rough Riders have lost 8 straight games in Winnipeg. 8. Now, they're still capable of going in there. Corey Mace has them believing. But 8 straight games. These are the 2 hottest teams in the league. Bombers closed on a 9-1 run. Rough Riders closed on a 5-1 run. Now, Corey Mace was a defensive tackle that starred in the CFL. He also had a cup of coffee, a couple stints with the Buffalo Bills. Did have an interception in the NFL. He has a tireless work ethic. He always did. And he's passed this on to these Saskatchewan Rough Riders. For my money, these are the 2 best running backs in the CFL. We want Brady Oliveira, if he can win most outstanding player. Slatsy gets a 16-1 banger. So we're hoping for that. AJ Ouellette on the other side is an absolute monster. They're the same type of runner. They're going to run right. They're smash mouth running backs. They're going to run right into the teeth of the defense. And we know that the Rough Riders rush defense is very good. So Rohit Panaya, he tweeted this out. And this was a fascinating thing that he tweeted out. He tweeted out that Brady Oliveira in 2024, in 14 games versus anybody not the Rough Riders, rushed for 93.8 yards per game and 5.89 yards per carry. He was phenomenal. That's why he's a finalist and right now, I believe, the favorite to win most outstanding player. And then in the 3 games against the Rough Riders, he ran for 44.7 yards and 4.19 yards per carry. We know that the Rough Riders' run defense is very good. But the Bombers' defense is extremely good as well. They led the league in total yards, 339.1 per game. They led in points allowed. They led in passing yards allowed. They have the best pass defense in the CFL, despite not having Adam Bighill. Now, Bighill probably means more in the running game. So Trevor Harris has completely surprised me this year. Bo Levi Mitchell and Trevor Harris, these dinosaurs, were excellent. Harris led all starters with a 108.4 efficiency rating. He was 3rd in the regular season, passing yards 272. He threw 20 touchdown passes in just 12 games. The Bombers, though, they allowed the league low 232.7 yards per game this season. And then you have Zach Collaros. So if you have a vividness bias like I do, I think of him as that CFL most outstanding player in 21 and 22. But he did not look like that this year. 17 touchdowns, 15 interceptions. It's a little concerning. With all of that being said, I do not expect Armstead to get too much run, but he's a very different running back than Ouellette, and that's Slatsy talking about. I'm on the under. I am on the under here. Rough Riders, Bombers, under 48. I just think it's going to be a smash mouth, well played defensive football game. I sitting back now, I wish I took the first half under. I think I probably made a mistake, and I'm not going to double up now. And I do think this line's going to move as well. I think that people are going to start betting the CFL now that it's 24 hours away. I know we've been inundated with other sports. I'm on the Rough Riders plus 4.5. If you wanted them plus 3.5, I get it. I completely get it. I think this game is a close football game. And I think the Bombers end up in the Grey Cup final. Now, do I think there's I immediately bet the Rough Riders plus 4.5. I think there's a legitimate chance that the Rough Riders beat the Bombers here. But the Bombers seem to handle this situation with aplomb. And O'Shea is a monster coach. Mace is a younger coach who can be very good. With all that being said, that's our CFL breakdown for today. Go out, get that cash. We've done that all year in CFL. I do want to get over double-digit units, which I'm not at yet. I have been for parts of this, but right now I'm just up 8.88 units. So hopefully we have a Grey Cup breakdown next week, and then double-digit units, and we call it a day in the Canadian Football League. Let's move on to the National Hockey League, and my good record goes away immediately. But mark my words, I'm going to climb out of this. 4-3 plus 0.98 units last night. It should have been better, could have been better, but we'll take it. Bruins -1 was a push. Senators -1 was a travesty, a horrible loss. Utah Hockey Club won. Jets -1 was a push. Predators first period was a terrible loss. Buffalo New York Rangers under 6.5 should have cashed. The whole idea was that Luokkanen's playing out of his mind right now. All Chess needed to do was play average, and that's, an easy casher, but lost that 6-1 final for Buffalo. Pittsburgh, Carolina under 6.5. Slatsy got me on that train. I'm thankful that he did. And then the Canucks was very easy. Should have live bet it. I wasn't watching it, but I should have live bet it when they went down 1-0. It should have just, but whatever. Wild puck line was very easy. That was the day that was. Financially freeze on Argos and the over and Winnipeg. I get it. Nate Dogg is on Toronto first period. So let's get to work here. Great to see all of you guys. So here we go. We have 4 games, and then we get into college football. We have CMAC for the games, and then Daby Cab will be making his debut in the big North Carolina-Kansas game. Andrew G says, Mel was right again. The Avs fade. Yes, but Georgiev was spectacular, and the Avs showed a ton of heart, and she thinks that there might become bet on here in a hurry. Let's get into this. We start 7 p.m. Eastern. We have 4 games in NHL. We've heard from Ron Crawford. We'll go into his best bet here in a little bit. We've also heard from Slatsy. He's on a wild Vegas moneyline parlay. And Nuke Worker says Leafs are now minus 190. So this didn't make any sense. It didn't make any sense. And I'm so glad that I didn't just, get in front of this and say this makes no sense. This line doesn't make any sense. We should move on the Red Wings. I'm so thankful. There's been a monstrous move towards the Toronto Maple Leafs. How monstrous has it been? Oh, maybe not that monstrous. 16 cents. The rumor is that there's a sickness, a flu going through the Red Wings dressing room. And it's too bad because this is game 2 of not having your star player in the lineup. Austin Matthews not well. We don't expect. He didn't practice yesterday. This total has gone pretty heavy towards the under. We've had an 11-cent move towards the under. It was heavily juiced to the over. And we have Alex Lyon versus Anthony Stolarz. With this market moving towards the Leafs, with this story about the Red Wings sickness, I can't take the Red Wings here. And I don't want the Leafs. And we've seen teams rally around sickness. I don't want to bet on that either. Alex Lyon, 2-3, 2.78 goals against average, 916 save percentage, 1 shutout. Anthony Stolarz, 5-2-2, 2.12 goals against average, 928 save percentage, 1 shutout. Detroit, 25% power play, 69.4% penalty killing. Toronto, 14.9% power play, 86% penalty killing. I was just thinking about Justin wondering how he should tail here the CFL. What I would do, Justin, honestly, instead of investing too much in it, I would bet the Argos. And if the Argos win, then you can take that money and decide, do you want to put an SGP with the Rough Riders +4 and the under 49 or something like that? Play with the house's money. And if the Argos lose, then you can decide, do I want to continue to risk? I think that'd be the way to play it. I wouldn't, it is. I think that the Rough Riders +4.5 was probably a really good spot, and I think the Argos money line is a really good spot, and I can't understand why the total's not dropping. Here with Red Wings, Maple Leafs, Red Wings coming off their second straight win, 4-1 at the Blackhawks on Wednesday. They're playing really good hockey. They're not penalty killing well, 69.4%, but their power play looks very good, which is what we expected. Toronto's power play has been so bad, but in their first game without Austin Matthews, they scored 3 power play goals. Their penalty killing's been great all year. They are sort of, they're playing in Craig Berube's image of them. Now, the roster isn't a Craig Berube roster, but Andrew G says Leafs should light them up here. And look, this is just, how we back the team in their first game without their star, and we fade them in the second. I can't fade them because of this sickness going through the Red Wings dressing room. I need to find out more about it, and I will look into it. But at this point, I can't move on Red Wings, Maple Leafs, unfortunately. And I'm happy we talked it out because I wanted the Red Wings nonstop, and this line didn't make sense, but now it does. We move on. 7:30 p.m. Eastern with the Pittsburgh Penguins, 5-8-2, 2-5-2 on the road at the Washington Capitals, 9-3-0, 7-1-0 at home. Let's get into the line history here. I'm on the over 6.5, and I was trying to figure out how to bet this. And let me talk about how I see the X's and O's here for this game. Now, historically, and this hasn't gone very well for me. Historically, I liked unders when Pittsburgh and Washington would play each other. If we were going back 5 years ago, they were the best two players in the NHL, and Crosby, Ovechkin, all eyes were on them. They probably felt extra pressure, and their line mates felt extra pressure to help them and give them the puck. There was also a defensive responsibility shown by both teams. They didn't want, the Caps didn't want Crosby to go off. The Penguins didn't want Ovechkin to go off. What ended up happening was first periods would go under, and there was overs late in the game, which would just drive me absolutely mental. But I historically loved unders in this situation. I'm betting the over here today. When we get to the money line here, the Pittsburgh Penguins are plus 159. They opened up plus 143. So there's been a move 16 cents on the Capitals from minus 162 to minus 178. The Capitals are 7-1 at home. They're absolutely rolling. They're playing very good hockey. Strome is playing, like the third overall pick or second or whatever he was. He's playing, I think he was the third overall. He's playing that way. Now, we've got to go back to 2015 and the Coyotes that drafted him. But he's playing that way. He looks phenomenal. McMichael looks great. Sandin is playing so well defensively. They're perfectly coached. The Capitals are playing very good hockey. 9-3-0, 7-1-0. I do not think they're as good as their record indicates. They've sitting here with 66% of their games played at home. We have Joel Blomqvist in net. And the goaltending is atrocious for the Pens. I mean, I don't know what they think they can do. They've got 3 bad goalies. Maybe Blomqvist will be a great goalie someday, but he's got a 3.46 goals against average, 909 save percentage. Yari's been trash. Nedeljkovic is, 1 minute he's a Vezina Trophy winner. The second minute he's Darren Pang. He just can't be trusted at all. And that's the reason why he was let go from the Hurricanes when he was a Vezina Trophy finalist, because he's just not consistent enough. So here in this one, we have a Pittsburgh power play at 20.5%, penalty killing at 85.7%. But they're missing Brian Rust. Now, he is traveling with the team. It would not surprise me if he had this game circled, that it was against the Capitals, against Ovi, that he was going to come back. It's important to know if he does come back or not. And then Washington, as well as they're playing, and this is a sign that they are quality, their power play is only hitting at 9.3%. Their power play is not rolling, and yet they're scoring and they're winning. Penalty killing at 85.4%. Slatsy says Caps are 7-0 last 7 at home. Pens 0-6 last 6 on the road. So here, yes, he's going to pass Wayne. There's no doubt about it, he's going to pass Wayne Gretzky. If he doesn't do it this year, he'll do it at the beginning of next year, but it's a done deal. Charlie Lindgren in net for Washington. He's not looked that good. Either's Thompson. They're succeeding without good goaltending. I do not think the Washington. I'm ready to fade them. I want to fade them so bad, but how do I do it here, and how do I do it tomorrow night in St. Louis? I mean, it's just St. Louis with all the injuries and the Penguins playing so badly. Now, the Penguins are on the second half of back-to-back after losing 5-1 at Carolina last night, but they outshot the Canes 36-18, and they out-hit them 28-11. But Blomqvist has allowed 4 goals in 3 straight games. So Brian Rust out of the lineup. Kevin Hayes is also out of the lineup, even though he's just a 4th liner. The Capitals coming off yet another home win, 3-2 over Nashville on Wednesday. I don't know who the Nashville Predators are. We just saw them get destroyed against Florida last night. But they outplayed Washington. They hit 5 posts, and they didn't get the W. So I don't want Washington ever. I'm going to fade them. I'm going to fade them and fade them. Obviously, it's hurt me badly this year, but I'm going to continue to fade them. Andrew G says Caps will get up for this game. Got to think, yeah, the Caps will get up for this game. So will the Pens, especially after losing 5-1 last night. I want the Penguins first period. I think they get after Lindgren. The problem is Blomqvist. That's the problem. I don't want to trust Joel Blomqvist. I mean, when you outshoot a team 36-18, you hit them 28-11, and you get destroyed down 2-0 after the first period and lose 5-1 and losing the whole game, it weighs on you. So if the game gets started, let's say the Penguins outshoot the Caps 8-1 off the hop, which I think is a legit possibility in this game, and then the Capitals score a goal on their second or third shot, it's just going to weigh on the Penguins. So I think that the Penguins play their best hockey. And I'm on the over 6.5 because I can't trust Blomqvist. but I want the Penguins first period. I want it so badly. And I think I get there, honestly. I think I can get there. Penguins first period. I really do. I think I can get there. And I just needed to say it all out loud. The Penguins are going to come out guns a-blazing, but Blomqvist can't be trusted. I'm going to have to put my money on Penguins first period. I have to. I just have to. I have to stick to this cap. Let's move on to the next spot on the board. Minnesota Wild at Anaheim Ducks. We've already heard from Fap Win here, making a move on Minnesota Wild. And, we already heard the trends from Slatsy. This Wild team winning and winning and winning in Anaheim, 16-1 their last 17. We have a Gustafsson versus Lucas Dostal. Dostal at times has looked so good. And the Wild, that was as easy cap as you're ever going to find. The Wild losing 5-1 to the Kings, and then they start a road trip, and this team has been so good, so amazingly good. And so, that even Marc-Andre Fleury in that, wasn't going to stop the Wild from, taking the game over, which they did in the second period. Here we have Gustafsson in that, the better goaltender. Lucas Dostal has been excellent this year, 2.50 goals against average, .930 save percentage. He's been phenomenal. It's his team now. Minnesota power play at 20%, but their penalty killing at 62.5%. But I honestly don't know what this Anaheim Ducks team is because I know what Leo Carlsson's going to be. I no longer know what Trevor Zegras is going to be. Even Mason McTavish. I thought he was going to be an absolute monster. He's now the fourth line center. I think that everybody's right that the Ducks should be faded here. It's just at what number? In game 3 of a 6-game homestand with the Wild on the second half of a back-to-back. But the fact that McTavish has been shifted to the fourth. I mean, can you imagine that this Anaheim Ducks team right now has Zegras and McTavish in the bottom 6 forward group? It's just messed. That's a good question, JR. Is Mel? I haven't seen Mel in the chat, so I sorry, man. Let's get into the line history here in this one. We have Minnesota at -191. They opened up at -177. I understand the market moving towards them. From a total side of things here, we have a 6. It's -118 to the under. Open up -102 to the under, 16 cents movement to the under. I can understand that as well. The Ducks coming off their third straight loss, 5-1 at home versus Vancouver on Tuesday. Everything's on the line for them to step up here. And I don't want to fade them here. I don't, this is also one of those lines that come out that I had the exact same feeling with this money line as I did with the Rangers money line. Why weren't the Rangers bigger favorites last night against Buffalo? And why isn't Minnesota a bigger favorite against Anaheim? Anaheim who's lost 3 in a row. So I'm staying off of Wild Ducks. In no way does this appeal to me. Let's move on to the final spot on the board, and let me give our guy C-Mac a 5-minute warning. Get him ready to jump on with us. Minute warning. And let's roll. College basketball is next. Vegas Golden Knights 9-3-1, 1-3-1 on the road at Seattle Kraken, 5-8-1, 2-3-1 at home. We're at Climate Pledge Arena in Seattle, Washington. It's starting to get hot. It's starting to get hot for Dan Bylsma. He better get this Kraken team rolling. A lot of question marks. Oh, and Alex Lyon ruled out for tonight's game, lower body injury. They have some depth there. It's not as bad as it was, but thank you. That's very important information. So Eric Jones is on the over 6. I thought about the over 6, Eric Jones. And from a vividness bias, I would be on the over 6. And, I imagine that the problem is I've been watching the Kraken and they're not scoring. They're not scoring at all. They're not scoring. And because they are not scoring, it got me off of the over, but I could still come back to it because I did like it too. That was my first instinct. But I remember this Kraken team being able to score this Kraken team has scored 4 goals in their last 4 games. Now, they had an 8-goal outburst at Montreal, but when you see a team who has these 1-game outbursts and then can't score for long periods of time, it means something's not right. Something's not right. They're coming home off of this long road trip after losing 4 straight. They're an angry group that must win here. And you have Vegas coming off of a big victory. So Nate Dogg on Eichel and Stone to score. They're both playing very well. Aiden Hill, 6-2-0, 3.01 goals against average, 882 save percentage, 1 shutout. Joey Decord, 4-3-1, 2.76 goals against average, 915 save percentage. Vegas power play, 33.3%, penalty killing at 75%. They're playing very well. Seattle power play at 17.8%, penalty killing at 77.8%. Richie Rich also on Pittsburgh, first period over a half and over and first period over. I like it, Richie Rich. I get it. Robert Franklin on the Knights puck line. Nicholas Hague dealing with an injury, but Vince Dunn's been out for the Kraken for so long here. So let's get into the line history for this one. Vegas, this line's moving towards Seattle, and then I get why it is. Vegas opening up at -136. They're down to -129. So it's only 7 cents of movement, but this is a hockey team with their backs against the wall, coming off. Like, this is the situation where generally I would back a hockey team. And I thought a lot about backing Seattle here. I just don't want to fade Vegas. I thought, Vegas on the road after a huge win, it's the perfect time to fade them. But I'm afraid to do it. Let's get into the total. This total's at 6. It's -111 to the over. So we've had a slight move to the under. And if I had bigger balls, or if I was, how about this? If I am cashing in Pittsburgh, Washington, I might have the balls to back the Kraken, because this Knights team won their first road game of the season. They're 1-3-1 on the road. And who did they have to play? The Edmonton Oilers to play at that level. So I would like to fade the Knights here. This game means everything to Seattle. Again, I just don't know if I can get there. But I certainly wish, that I could get there. But I don't know if I can. And I want to so badly. All right, that is the NHL here for Friday, November 8th. Eric Jones says 3-6 under spot for Pittsburgh. Also 2-8 under spot for Washington. He's on the under 6.5 in the pick game. Oh, I get it, Eric. I get it. The problem that I just couldn't, and I told you I bet those unders all the time. The thing that I couldn't get over is Blomqvist allowing 4 goals in 3 straight games, and I'm expecting Pittsburgh to score some goals. I just couldn't get past that. So good luck. Go get it. I hear you. But let's roll on here. Okay. Here we go. We're moving on to college basketball, but let's review everything in NHL. Oh, by the way, Mally Mal's on Caps money line, and Ron Crawford Caps -1. Ron Crawford also on the Caps. I know you guys have been getting paid in full from the Washington Capitals, and you would think, why would this be any different? And I get that. Shout out to our guy Ron Crawford, the star of the spreadsheet play today. All right. We have our guy Conor Mac on the way. Let's get to work in college basketball and set this up. Quick review, of NHL. I'm already on the over 6.5, and I'm going to be on the Penguins first period, and then I'll decide exactly how to handle that Kraken game. I would love to be on the Kraken, and I'm not going to reach. But I plan on, if I'm up going into the game, I'll move on it. Okay, let's go into NCAA basketball. We have C-Mac making his debut here. We also have Daby Cab making his debut with North Carolina Tar Heels, Kansas Jayhawks, Allen Fieldhouse, Lawrence, Kansas. That is game 5 of our breakdown. We're starting at 1 p.m. Eastern. We got afternoon basketball for you guys in Durham, North Carolina. and I'm pumped up about a little afternoon action. So we have C-Mac backstage. He's just getting himself set up. But why don't I set this one up for us here, and we get rolling in college basketball. We have 10 games that we are breaking down here today, and we have Daby joining us for the big one, North Carolina, Kansas. All right, so let's get to work here, get into the line history, and also get the cash flow going. And we have our first spot, 1 p.m. Eastern, that being the Gardner-Webb running Bulldogs playing on the road. They opened their season on the road at the North Carolina Central Eagles. We're at McDougald-McClendon Arena in Durham, North Carolina. Let's take a look at the odds, the X's and O's, and get this all set up for C-Mac, who will be here in a second. Let's move over here. We go. Okay. Line history-wise, we have Gardner-Webb, the running Bulldogs. Come on, let me get this line history up, please. Oh, maybe I already have it up. That's the problem. Here we go. We have Gardner-Webb right now at +2.5, slightly juiced to them, +2.5. This opened up at +3. If we look at the books, who are the first to the market, they have this at 2, and this opened at +4.5. So we have a 2.5 point move to Gardner-Webb from the books that first came out with limits. We have a half point move from the books who opened it later with some limits, but not nearly as much as the initial book. Let's get into the total here for this one. Our total is 142.5. 142.5. That's exactly where this opened. Now, this opened at 8:20 this morning at the book I'm talking about. And then where the book that will be first to the market opened this up at 144. So we've had a 1.5 drop towards the under. Let's get the cash flow up here for this one and see what we are dealing, and then get some X's and O's, and then hopefully we'll have our guy C-Mac ready to rock. From a cash flow standpoint, it's 50-50 on the ticket count. And because this is the lone afternoon basketball game, we have 3,736 tickets counted. So 50% of the tickets, 68% of the cash is on NC Central. But this line is clearly moving towards Gardner-Webb. When we get to the total, we don't get information, although we know that it is dropped from the opener. Mally Mal saying this line crashed from 4.5. Big Scott says, couldn't you back the Kraken by taking their team total over 2.5? No, I can't. They've scored 4 goals in their last 4 games. You either get rewarded on a plus money dog line for being right, or you just can't take them in any spot where they're where you're paying any vig, I believe. Let's get into the X's and O's here, and then bring on our star of college basketball. Gardner-Webb looked good in their first game. 80-64 loss at the 12th ranked Tennessee Volunteers. They shot 43.6% from the field. They were 27.5 point dogs, and they covered. They looked pretty good, Gardner-Webb. On the other hand, North Carolina Central Eagles did not. Now, George Mason has a good basketball team this year, but George Mason beat them 75-58. NC Central was terrible, 28.1% from the field, 23.8% from 3, and they got out-rebounded 48-28. But George Mason was 15.5 point favorites. So don't use your vividness bias of George Mason not being a good basketball team. They're a really good basketball team this year, and they took control from the beginning. So why would NC Central be a favorite in this one? Let's bring on our guest here for Friday NCAA basketball. Please welcome from Las Vegas, Nevada, our guy, Migdam Mac Daddy in the house. C-Mac, how are you, my man?
Jimmy, what's going on, my man? How we doing?
We are doing well, and we've got afternoon basketball starting in 1 hour. And this is a pretty fascinating situation with North Carolina Central Eagles still being favorites. Now, is it because they shot so horrifically in the first game? I mean, we saw with the Blazers last night with UAB, they go 0 for 10 from 3 in their first game. They opened up 15-0. we ended up just cashing it by a point in the end. Unfortunately, it wasn't a relaxing one, but they shot so much better in game 2. Now they're a much better basketball team than the Central Eagles. Gardner-Webb looked good against Tennessee in game 1. Did Tennessee take their foot off the gas a little bit in the second half? Are you surprised here that North Carolina Central Eagles even opened as 4.5-point favorites?
Yeah, I thought that maybe was a little bit high. I thought this would be about a pick 'em, maybe favored by 1. So I get the little bit if you got that number with Gardner-Webb, especially if you got, over 3. I think there is a ton of value with that over that number. One thing, though, North Carolina Central, let's get to it. I think they get to the starters are good. One thing they have is a solid bench. And some of these guys can score off the bench. That'll help them out this year. Smith and Parsons can play. It's definitely score for them that they'll need. And that's why I think they're a little bit deeper here at home. And you mentioned it. We talked about it that other day about UAB going to 0 for 10. And then maybe back and they'll shoot better. I think North Carolina Central will shoot the rock better. 24% from the field, 24% from 3. They did get to the free throw line. So that's a good thing in 20 to 24. If they can continue to do that in this game, I think this one's close. This one's too much of a toss-up for me to get any action on, and nothing really on the total. What kind of pace do we get with these two? As our overall basketball thing, I think Gardner-Webb might be a little bit better. Just a tough one here early on. In the year with these two teams, I just didn't, find a ton of value.
Can I try to explain this here? Because what would keep me off is just a slight move towards Gardner-Webb. But I wish also with the 50-50 ticket count, maybe let's see what the money line is here. No information on the money line. Too bad. But the 50-50 ticket count makes me think that everybody knows NC Central is going to shoot better. I wish this was a public spot backing Gardner-Webb, and it's not. And I guess that would have to keep me off because there's a bias between who these teams just played. People don't realize how good George Mason's going to be this year, and so they smack and grab North Carolina Central, but everybody knows Tennessee's ranked 12th and thought Gardner-Webb looked pretty good against, a great basketball team. That alone makes me want to back North Carolina Central. That alone. But I guess why am I getting it? Like, there's not an edge here because the public isn't on Gardner-Webb.
Exactly. I think we're going to there's a few of those games like that today. Even bad teams like this. Jimmy, a few at night later on that I kind of want to get involved with, where I think the home team at a short number, could win outright. They're 1.5 point, 2.5 point favorites that I just couldn't get to just because I haven't seen enough, early on in the year. We cap 360 teams. Yeah.
Let's add another angle to this here. The 1 p.m. start.
Yeah.
Doesn't that favor the home team?
Yeah, I think so. For sure. Definitely. And these early starts, the clock's just a little bit off, even for both. I always look to, unless teams are really great shooting, I always love an under. I didn't think there was enough for me to get there. Just how streaky these offenses are, and really the defense, with these two in this game.
Coming into the season, if this was played on a neutral court, at 7 p.m., and these teams hadn't played yet, who would you expect to be the favorite if it was the first game of the year?
Gardner-Webb, barely. Maybe by a point or two. Not much.
God.
On a neutral.
I love unders in this situation, but with NC Central shooting so bad last out, I'm hesitant. I'm starting to want
Gardner-Webb. shot it better. I mean, 43% over the field, but only 26 from three. And you think Selden and Mann, I think, could have some decent days. Simon's had a really big day, 22 points. Yeah, it's just tough. I know it's early, and we always try to break down these games to really find an angle. Then there's just, when I get to some of these shitty teams, which I bet on, and I think there's edges and money to be made, I really couldn't get there in the end.
And the rotation was such a mess. But you're right. The bench came in and delivered. But I mean, the starters went 0 for 6 from 3. But even the bench, struggled from 3. They go 5 for 21 from 3, 16 of 57 from the field. God, I want North Carolina Central so badly. Okay, I'm not going to sit here and I'll do this on my own time, but I'm very close to moving on North Carolina Central. Very, very, very close. Let's move on to the next spot on the board here, 4 p.m. Eastern. We have Cal State Fullerton Titans 0-1 to start the year at Stanford Cardinal. We're at Maples Pavilion in Stanford, California. Stanford coming off winning their first game of the season. Let's set this one up and get the line history going here. From a line history standpoint, we have Stanford as 15.5-point favorites. This is another afternoon spot, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. Open up minus 13, now minus 15.5, a 2.5-point move towards the Cardinal. On the total, here we go. And by the way, for you guys watching, I wanted C-Mac to give games that he liked, but we also just wanted to cap the afternoon games. So this isn't spot. These are not best bets at all, these afternoon games. We just want, because I know we want action in the afternoon to help our day. And that's all. That's the reason why they're on. These first 2 games are not best bets or anything like that. This total opened up at 144. It's dropped to 142. It got up to 145.5 before this big drop in the total. Then when we get to the cash flow for this one, we're getting no information from the Action Network, unfortunately. I will refresh, but 2,145 tickets, but no information. Then let's just set up this spot here for CMAC. We have Fullerton coming off 89-79 loss to Grand Canyon. It was at Grand Canyon, so this is their second straight road game. They were 18.5-point dogs. They were down just 2 at the half. They played pretty good basketball, 48% from 3, 41.2% from the field. They just got out rebounded, and they were going up against a really good basketball team. The Cardinal opened up their season against the Pioneers. Denver is just a bad basketball team, but Stanford was just 17.5-point favorites. The game was close for a little bit, and then Stanford just completely pulled away. Denver turned the ball over 20 times and shot 17.6% from 3. You're going to lose all of those games. So take it away for us here, CMAC, 4 p.m. Eastern, Cal State Fullerton, Stanford Cardinal.
Yeah, another early start time here, especially for these kids. They're not going to play a ton of these early games like this on the West Coast at all. I thought Fullerton played all right. This team still has really, really bad flaws defensively. It showed. And Grand Canyon has been an excellent team the last few years, and I think they will be solid this year. One thing they did, they shot it well against Grand Canyon, like you were talking about. This team was really good. 80% for the free throw line. They shot 41% from 3. And they've played a bunch. They're, in that first game, at least, they're showing that they're going, 9 deep in the rotation for Fullerton. They have O'Day, Brown, Richardson, all these guys getting anywhere from, 18 to 27 minutes. So we'll see going forward how much this Fullerton team could do. Still, defensively, I think they're not very good. Stanford, on the other hand, took care of business. Looked all right. First half was a little bit slower. The points started to come later in the second half. That game was interesting with the total. This has gone down 2. I didn't touch it because I didn't think it went down to 145. That's what I was looking to in the very first game. It didn't get there, and it goes to 147, and it lands, I believe, on 146, 1 point below that total. Their last game, right? Stanford.
Yeah.
80, 85, 62, we're right on it.
Yeah.
So if people had the 147.5 to the under, you cash. But that's how close when I look at these numbers, especially totals in college basketball. Like I said, if it was a couple points lower, I was going to jump on that over, just how bad Denver is defensively. So in this one, I'm a little surprised this number's come down. I think it's come down the early start time here to this one, and maybe you're a little bit sleepy. I think if you look to this under, again, kind of like Stanford in that Denver game, if you look at the under, it only be the first half, especially if they can hold Fullerton off a pretty good shooting night. Can they shoot it well again? One thing I don't know much with the Stanford team yet, last year I thought they were pretty average. I don't know how great defensively they are, especially inside out. But a team like Fullerton, they might be able to, to hold down, especially early in the first half. So I was kind of looking at that, and that was it. I think Stanford wins here pretty big. I can't lay, 14 or whatever with them. So, I had to pass.
Yeah, I don't want to lay it with Stanford either. So I can understand the move towards them, but I don't want this 1 p.m. Maples Pavilion. I imagine it's going to be pretty empty there.
I mean, who's going to be there? I mean, there'll be people. But it seems like it would be barren. Yeah.
All right, and Wine Time Sports attended Cal State Fullerton. These are his Titans in play. He says he might move on Stanford. All right, let's roll on. So I think I'm going to move on North Carolina Central. I'm still sitting with it. I think I'm going to move on them here in a minute. Let's move on to 6 p.m. Eastern with the St. Peter's Peacocks. 0-1 to start the year. UMass Lowell Riverhawks. We're at Costello Athletic Center in Lowell, Massachusetts. Let's get into the line history here for this spot. We have this one, 6 p.m. Eastern as well. I love having action right before all of the action starts. This total opened up at 137.5, now at 136. So a legitimate drop. It's also juiced to the under, so this could keep falling. And of course, we have a vividness bias of the Peacocks always playing to unders. They're 10.5-point dogs, these Peacocks. They opened up at +8, and it's just been a constant move towards UMass Lowell. We now have a 10.5, so a 2.5-point move. I'm not sure if the Action Network is going to help us here in this one, and it is looks like it's not here. Again, looks like it's not going to help us at all. No help from the Action Network. 843 tickets in as well. Robert Franklin looking at St. Pete's +10. And Wine Time saying, I wish I got on this under sooner. The Peacocks losing 57-53 to open up the season at Seton Hall. Nothing wrong with that. Seton Hall looked bad, 13.5-point favorites, and 110 points were scored in that first one. And then UMass Lowell, we don't really know what they're going to do here. Their first game was against the Riviera Raiders, not a non-Div 1 opponent, and they put up 115 points. So very, very different situation. Peacocks playing against a tough Seton Hall squad, even though Seton Hall's not going to be that good this year. And then UMass playing against Riviera. Take it away for us here, CMAC, St. Peter's, UMass.
Yeah, some of these games are, from last night to the morning. It just, it is what it is. And that's when you really start seeing these lines move. And we've seen it in this one on the total in this one. And that's where I'm at. I took this last night at 138.5. I think it was a little bit of a steal. Real quick, are there 137s out here?
Let me line
or yes, sir.
But keep rolling and I'll line.
Yeah. Yeah, if I could get that, that'd be great. St. Peter's, last year this team at times played a little bit more to the over. Still, I don't think they shoot it great. Like I thought that last game was solid against Seton Hall, where they scored 53 points. They got they were 16 of 25 on the free throw line. It's only 64%. I guess that's average, but they got there 7 of 20 from 3. I think that might be solid for them at 35%. I think they're going to be a lot lower. They just do not have the offense. And every year we talk about these are the teams I want to back with the pace, just slow. Even though they're not the most athletic team, and big. They work hard, hit the glass, and that's what I want to see in St. Peter's. UMass Lowell hasn't played yet. This team a little bit quicker, of course, have a little bit better offensive weapons. And really last year, we're up and down from game to game. Now, they were better usually at home here, and that's where they could score a ton of points. I just think St. Peter's drags this game to the pace that they want. So what number did you have as best here?
It's tough, man. They're all they've all moved to 136. So even that is a somewhat juiced to the under. I mean, the 136.5 costs minus 120. I know these are crucial points, so no pressure.
Yeah. Let's damn it. All right, I'm gonna come back to it here. I think it was pretty good to 137. That everything that I had here on my numbers. We'll come back to it.
All right, and did you have a lean
By
to
the
the
way,
side? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I think St. Peter's could be. Sometimes this is where a dog or the defense needs to be, because sometimes in basketball I like to have, if I'm taking these points, a team that could hit shots, Jimmy, just to cover a number. A little bit different than some of the other sports. And not every team's equal. I wanted to get into, they were at home last year, but I think this game, that's why it's similar, was 129.5, and the game was 69-61. Lowell won the game. I just see it similar here as well. And in that game, too, Lowell was decent, 5 of 12 from 3. They shot 52% from the field, too, and only 69 points. That means possessions will just be low. They're going to just drain this out and this clock. So I'll get back to it. I think we're going to be all right at. Is there 136.5?
Yeah, but it's a little costly. I can't find it unless anyone else can find it. I can't find it under minus 120 at this point.
Okay.
Let's roll on to our next spot on the board. This is a neutral court game. This is the Veterans Classic Tournament. It's at Alumni Hall in Annapolis, Maryland. VCU Rams at the Boston College Eagles. This one is also a nice 6 p.m. Eastern start for us, an hour before all of the action takes place. VCU got their season started with a real dominant performance over Bellarmine, 84-65, 19-point win. They shot the ball very well, 52.7 from the field and 51.7 from 3. Now, that game was at home. That game was at in Richmond, Virginia. They were 22.5-point favorites, so they didn't cover. They were expected to beat the brakes off of Bellarmine, and they did, and they shot the ball well. Now they head off onto the road to face Boston College. Boston College also started the year with a home game. They played Citadel. They won by 9 as 16.5-point favorites. They shot the ball poorly, 38.9% from the field, 27.8% from 3, and it was Donald Hand Jr. that went for 22 and 10 for them. So let's get into the line history. By the way, Nutflush Allen will be at Santa Clara Fairgrounds with the Harvest Festival Arts and Crafts Show this weekend. Says come down and see us at Old Town Bakery booth Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Get a little package from Nutflush Allen there at the Old Town Bakery booth, Santa Clara Fairgrounds. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have a total at 140.5. It's heavily juiced to the over. Wait, it just moved 2 minutes ago to 141.5. So this opened up at 143, dropped down to a low watermark of 140.5. So there was a big move this morning, and now we've had a little bit of buyback on the total. On the point spread here, over here, on the point spread, we have VCU now 11.5-point favorites, a 2-point move towards VCU. That last point just happened again 2 minutes ago. This has gone from 9.5 to 10.5, and then it came back to 10. Came back to 10. This is all happening within the last hour. Now it's back at 10.5, so we have a 1-point move towards VCU. Let's get into the cash flow. The only thing we can get help with is the total, and 98% of tickets in cash on the over, and yet this has dropped from 143.5 down to 140.5 and up to 141.5. Take it away for us here, CMAC, Veterans Classic, VCU Rams, Boston College Eagles.
Yeah, this should be a good game. A lot of hype here for VCU, and I like them. One thing I've seen with this team at times, if they're at home, they're all right, and they've been able to lay numbers like this. But on a neutral floor, I don't know if they can get it done. They bring back a bunch of guys. Shuliga is very good. Russell, they have scorers out here. Clark, all these guys play, 30 minutes a game. And in that game against Bellarmine, shot the rock great. 15 to 29 from three. They're very, very good. This team, just a little bit like Boston College for both these teams, sound slower. VCU at the bottom in the 300s of pace. They can turn the ball over a little bit. Both these teams can be sloppy at times with the basketball. And I just don't know if VCU, I really like this VCU team, but I don't know about the 11 points in this matchup. That was a really, really strong lean for me. Boston College, lost its top few guys here. They still brought back Hand. He had 22 points. He's going to be really big for them. They're going to need him all year in this one. And they struggled. I mean, for them to score just 69 points against Citadel was rough. They were not very good. And they got to a free throw line a ton. They're going to need to do that here. Is get to the free throw line in the past. So, and in that game, 22 to 28 for 79%. They got to do that here to stay in with VCU. But I love this under. I like that it's 141.5. I got 142.5. I got to bank on these teams just not playing quick. BC still struggling to find its way, how they really want to play this year after kind of a decent year, last year after some struggles, and that really had some good wins. Just kind of, a whole flip here. When you dive into these teams, from year to year, you have to go through all these, all the transfer, who's in, who's out, all that good stuff. And after a really good year, kind of a whole new start here for BC. But give me the under here, and I lean the 11 with BC.
Can you let me know if this is stale line? I have Will Hill still at a 142.5. Love to be able to get you that 142 and a half. Okay, I just bet North Carolina Central -2 at -110. -2 at -110. NC Central for me. I haven't tweeted it out yet. I will do that at some point here, but I just bet it -2 at -110. I probably, looking back, maybe I should have taken that money line -130, but is what it is. Pig Milk play of the day is in, and it is Green Bay, and we are talking about that game. We have that's coming up here shortly, so it's going to be great fodder for us to talk about against the Tommies of St. Thomas. So let's get that locked in here. All right.
Yeah, it's 140, Jim.
Oh wow, so it's just
so that is stale.
Okay, thank you for checking that. Okay, well, it did just move up to 141.5 here, so I can give you that 141.5. So let's do that here. A half point worse. Keep that in mind of what these cappers are coming on the show, only giving lines that are available right now. It's a very, very difficult thing to do. So let's lock in. CMAC's first move of the season is the under 141.5 here in Boston College VCU under 141.5. Okay, so we are locked and loaded. Let's move on to the big one. We have a huge basketball game at Allen Fieldhouse in Lawrence, Kansas, and we have a next guest joining us for this breakdown. Fresh off going 60% plus in last year's college basketball season, making his first official bet of the season for us. Please welcome star of Medicate Mondays and star of the Tailgate, Daby Cab, in the house. Daby Cab, how are you?
Oh, man. People like to say the calm before the storm. There is no calm before the storm. The storm's here, man. College basketball is here. We're week 11 college football. Things are rolling. This is the time I look forward to every year.
Well, you were a monster last year. So again, like last year, Daby Cab will be coming on all our shows when he's got best bet. So you will see him on all of them here. And he's here for North Carolina Tar Heels, Kansas Jayhawks. What a basketball game we have tonight. Another chance for us, of course, to watch RJ Davis in action here, the senior from White Plains, New York. We have both teams getting their season off to easy starts. Now, it was a little easier for Kansas than it was for the Tar Heels. They won 90-76 over Elon. They took care of business. They didn't shoot the ball very well, 40% from the field, 40.6% from three. Elon tied this game up. It took a lead, 70-69 with 6 minutes and 48 seconds left. So, yes, North Carolina pulled away down the stretch. Now, North Carolina shot the ball so poorly, but RJ Davis just took over the game. They only turned the ball over 6 times. I mean, that's another benefit of a senior guard. So, 90-76 for North Carolina in their first game this year. For Kansas, they beat up on Howard, beat them by 30, beat the Bison by 30. They looked absolutely dominant. Zeke Mayo, also the grad transfer from South Dakota, a 19 in his debut. They shot 60.4 from the field, 50% from three. They were up 46-19 in the half. They looked absolutely dominant. Let's get into the line history here for the big one. Everybody will be watching this game at 7 p.m. here tonight. This total, very high. It's at 160. 160. This opened up at 159, and it's juiced to the over right now. So we will see 160.5 and more. Let's get into the spread here, and then we'll get into the cash flow. Hopefully they give us cash flow information on a game of this magnitude. We have a slight move towards the Tar Heels. They opened up at 8, and they moved to 7.5. It did take 5 hours for this to move a half point. And it is slightly juiced to Kansas. Now, when it first moved to 7.5, it was juiced to the Tar Heels, no longer. So we had a half-point move to the Tar Heels, a half-point move to the over. And let's see if they're going to give us a cash flow info. Come on. And they are for everything. So 62% of the tickets and 66% of the cash on the Tar Heels, 26% of the tickets and 36% of cash on the under. We've seen that half point move to the over. It looks like it'll be a full point move here for a second. Daby Cab making your college basketball debut here on the channel after a giant year last year. Take it away, Tar Heels Jayhawks.
I mean, Hubert Davis has taken his Tar Heels into the grindhouse, so to speak, right? Allen Fieldhouse, I mean, it's going to be on fire. This place is going to be electric. Anybody that watches college basketball knows, Bill Self will have his team ready to go. The Jayhawks are going to be ready to rock. You don't want to go into Allen Fieldhouse and play Kansas early. It's a real tough situation here that North Carolina set themselves up for. I'm a little shocked, to be honest, hearing the money on North Carolina. I kind of thought it would be on Kansas here because this is going to be a front court versus back court type of game, right? I'd say the back court goes to UNC. You already touched on Davis a little bit. Cadeau, if I'm saying his name correctly. We got 4 players for UNC that can handle the ball, that can distribute it. So like I said, backcourt's going to go to UNC for me, but front court's got to go to Kansas here. You got Hunter Dickerson, 10th year senior. I'm just kidding. I don't know how long he's been in, but I feel like I've been talking about this guy for, at least 4 or 5 years since we've been talking college basketball. So we all know what we're going to get out of him. And my question is, who can cover him for North Carolina, right? This game's going to come down to, can North Carolina force him to shoot mid-range shots? And, he'll pull up for a 3 sometimes. I don't like to say mid to long-range shots, but can you force Hunter to take some mid-range shots? It's going to be a lot of pick and rolls, a lot of moving pieces. And for me, I think that early UNC is going to keep the game moving fast enough. And, you want to keep Dickinson out of foul trouble early. I think they're going to attack him. They're going to attack him a lot. That's going to be the number one goal starting the game here. So I took North Carolina early just because I think they're going to be moving. I think North Carolina is going to have good ball movement, good rotation up top. And I think Kansas is going to have to settle in. I would not want to take Kansas on full game at home in Allen Fieldhouse. Just not something I'm doing. But first half here, I'm getting 4.5 points at -119 with North Carolina, and that's what I'm on.
North Carolina first half +4 at -114. Did you tweet that out?
No, 4.5 at -119. But I haven't tweeted it out, so you can look right now for what you can get.
I'm going to look. I will look. And is this your first move of the college basketball season, or have you moved over the last few days?
No, I've already made like 5 or 6 bets. Okay. But yeah, this will be the first one here, obviously.
Cool. Locked and loaded for Daby Cab. North Carolina first half +4.5 -119. CMAC, the game of the night here. Tar Heels, Jayhawks, Allen Fieldhouse. Take it away.
Yeah, Cab hit on it a little bit. The guard play here of North Carolina, where Kansas has overall and down low B guys. I mean, it's already looked good. I mean, one game in, they still have Storr. Mayo had a big game. They still have Adams, Harris. I mean, this team is really loaded. And I hear a bunch of people thinking this Kansas team totally overrated, or they're actually, the real deal. This is just a tough place to play. I get where you're looking at the points here with North Carolina. I think it comes down to those guards, Trimble, Davis. If they hit shots early, that you're covering there. If that doesn't drop, I think they could get beat up pretty bad here versus Kansas. Everyone sees this line, and I think when you see it, it's like, wow, North Carolina's catching this many points. But I think when you look into it a little bit more, I think Kansas is the way to go here. Full game. I don't really love slating 7.5. I didn't bet it, but I think they can get the job done here.
Are you going to move on them full game?
No.
Just too many.
And that's another thing, just to tie back in to why I don't want to go full game. Kansas is deeper. Kansas is 8 deep. This Kansas team, I think they are the real deal. And like I said, they're 8 deep. So I think this will be a situation where RJ Davis is going to be on the court 30+ minutes. So when we get to the end of this game, I mean, I'd rather be there early with North Carolina.
Yeah, their defense needs to step up. North Carolina, that's another thing. They don't have the D here. One thing I see is I think there's going to be some points. But if Kansas does win and they dictate what they want here, this game goes under. I mean, this total's at 160.
It's going to be slow getting it down low.
Yeah. I mean, I thought this was just high, this total, when I was looking at it, at this number.
So what's keeping you off of moving on the under? I mean,
I don't know. I just wanted to look at the game a little bit more.
The public seems to be all over, and it's not moving.
Yep. Yeah. It moved to, just a little bit, like basically a half point, right? Or nothing. Yeah, I just hadn't moved on it. If I fucking bet it, I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna get it out.
I feel you. Mike Wilkerson says Kansas with the spread. Sports money, Mikey Money in the house. Great to see you, Mikey. Well, that is the North Carolina Tar Heels, Kansas Jayhawks. We have North Carolina first half +4.5 at -119 from Daby Cab. Daby Cab, did you also? It's our final game on the college basketball slate. But did you look at the Lobos UCLA game? You're muted, my man.
Yeah, I can definitely hang in here for it if it's the last one. If you guys,
okay, yeah, jump back on. We're gonna. You'll have about maybe. We have 4 games, and then we have that one to close up.
Okay. All right,
cool. And then we go into college football with you, so that'll be perfect. Okay, we'll get Daby Cab back in business. He's moved on North Carolina first half +4.5. Let's move on to our next spot on the board, 7 p.m. Eastern. Those of you know that we've had the cappers come on with plays of the day that have captured our imagination here on the channel. We had Mikey Money, of course, with one of our favorite bets, and we worked very hard to get the perfect video for it, and I think we delivered in that regard for Mikey Money's best bet. We had Kong's Clips come in and capture our imagination, and we worked very hard getting a video for Kong's Clips that worked, and it did work. It worked beautifully. And we should put something together for the pig milk play of the day. Right now, 57 and 43 plus 18.98 units. And I think we could put some fun together for pig milk play of the day. Let's roll in to this one. Pig milk play of the day is Green Bay. University of Wisconsin, Green Bay, at the Resch Center at home in Wisconsin, playing against the St. Thomas of Minnesota Tommies. Let's get into this setup for this one. The Tommies opened up, against the Div 3 school in North Central Rams of Minnesota. It was a 96-71 victory. Hard to really get any information from it, but there's a lot of information we can gain depending on how you rank Oklahoma State from Green Bay's 89-76 loss at Oklahoma State. Green Bay shot 49% from the field and 45.2% from three. They shot very well. They were 17.5-point dogs. They covered because they shot so well. They got badly out rebounded, 43-25. They turned the ball over too much, but this Green Bay team can shoot. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have Green Bay right now at plus 3.5 and minus 111. They opened up a +2 and now they're plus 3.5. So we've had this 1 point move towards the Tommies. From a total side of things here, move over here. We have this at 146, pretty heavily juiced to the over, but this has dropped from 150. So we've had a huge drop. This has all happened in the last 2 hours, 3 hours to the under. And then when we get to the cash flow for this one, I'm going to tell you that there's going to be no information here, but I'm going to have to find the game first. That's always going to be a problem at these 7 p.m. College games. So let me look for it. I don't believe we're going to get any information anyways. So let's hear the breakdown, the plan of attack for CMAC. Yes, we have no information from Action Network, just 1,570 tickets in. Take it away, St. Thomas, Minnesota, Green Bay, Phoenix.
Yeah, let's get to Green Bay here. Kind of the circus of Doug Gottlieb, the new coach here. A little strange that he's still gonna, do his radio show and coach the team. We'll see how it works out in the end, and maybe down the line. At times I may want to fade. We'll see how it works out with him. It's just strange. He was sweating his nuts off in that Oklahoma State game. Man, guy was having a rough time. They shot the ball well. The defense wasn't very good in that game. One thing here, which I'm going to really, really like, I don't think they shoot it as well tonight. And we'll see. This is one thing that caught me with this total. I really like the under 149.5. Was the Golly going to kind of change the pace? That's only one game because Green Bay was super slow last year, 338. And on the other, why I love this other so much, St. Thomas is just going to slow. They are. I believe they were 359 last year, almost right at dead last here. They take really, really good shots, the St. Thomas team, but this team hasn't been that great on the road. And I get why they think they might be a little bit of the better team. Green Bay brings back enough here. Wonders, Hall, and they have scores. To me, I think Green Bay keeps this game tight. I love the 3.5 in this one. Yeah, I definitely think Billy has that money line. I think they could win it outright. And I really like this under because I don't think the shooting is going to be as well. Both teams will slow it. We'll see more of Green Bay here at home, but I think St. Thomas is gonna slow this down. And we'll see what they get from their first game this year. They haven't played. And who they beat up on? Central Thomas, their little scrimmage game. Yeah.
Nobody.
Beat up on someone, yeah. Yeah.
Nobody. So is that 147.5 high enough for you? Because I know you got the 149.5.
Yeah, give it to me.
Okay, so we're going to go the under 147.5 available at Bookmaker. Minus 112, and maybe Billy Friedrich. He's looking at the first half under. Says he really likes that CMAC. Billy, is that a stale line? The 147.5. I hope it's not. There is a 147 if need be, but under 147.5 minus 112, and then we're going to take Green Bay plus 3.5. So are you at all concerned by the market move away from Green Bay? Because it is a little confusing. Are you at all concerned by it?
What do you mean? How much of a move?
Let's just go over it once again here.
Yeah.
The move here for Green Bay. God, there's so many games. I'm tripping. Here we go. We have it's sitting right now at 3.5, very slightly juiced to Green Bay, but they opened up at +2 at 4:46 p.m. yesterday. After about 4 hours, it moved to 2.5. Then at 9:30, it moved to 3, and then at 8 this morning, it moved to 3.5. Because it doesn't really make sense to me. Or you just like it, you see this as a better number and you're going to take it.
Yeah, I just see it as a better. And I saw that was just shit hours ago, 6-7 hours ago. Already the 3.5, the 3.5. They're going, St. Thomas, it was a solid basketball team last year. And different a little bit from in years past where they just chucked it up. It was kind of 3 or nothing. They didn't really have an inside game. They had really, really good possessions. They were well coached. But I think on the road, got to win by 4. I like Green Bay here. And, the whole Gottlieb is experiment. I thought they looked all right. Of course, you play Oklahoma State a lot better. But I think this game will just be a little bit different, and it will be more in the half court, this game, than kind of that game was up and down. And Green Bay, not only Oklahoma State shot it well, Green Bay did, as you look at the numbers. Yeah, they really did. So they do have shooters that can create their own shot. So, but I just think this total, was way, way too high.
Morgan Spooner is on Weber State here for a best bet on the money line. Locked and loaded. Thank you for sharing that. He says Oregon State looked terrible versus Utah Tech. They actually were down the second half. There's a reason Vegas had Weber State to win the Big Sky. Good luck, guys, from Morgan Spooner. So we have CMAC doubling up here on St. Thomas, Minnesota, and Green Bay, Phoenix. We have under 147.5 available right now. Bookmaker -110 and Green Bay +3.5 available at -110 as well. Pig milk play today is Wisconsin Green Bay money line at +145. And we, Jose and I, will work together and figure out a video for the pig milk play of the day. It deserves it. Pig milk video.
Let's get it.
To put it together for our guy, Billy Friedrich. In celebration, let's touch on the videos that have become such a big part of us. I know our guy, Nasty Nate, says he doesn't remember the ribeye play of the day video. It's been a long time since we've seen these cheeks. He's even more attractive now after not, you see, to take something away and you realize what you were missing. And Jose's most recent work. And of course,
stacks, 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 stacks.
a great group of cappers, and we love celebrating them. Thank you guys for caring about plays of the day, and you guys in the chat are what make this show so special. So respect. Jared TG says the bass on the Stacks video wild in his headphones. We roll on with CMAC here. Davidson Wildcats at the Bowling Green Falcons. We're in Bowling Green, Ohio for this one. Let's get this all set up here. This one pops off. We got a ton of action popping off at 7 p.m. It's a huge amount of action here. And we know these teams quite well. And we've often talked about C-Mac's ability in the MAC. So let's roll here. We have Bowling Green coming off a season-starting loss to Southern Miss, the Golden Eagles. It was in Hattiesburg. They were 4.5-point dogs. They lost 77-68, and they didn't look very good. Down 10 at halftime, and a couple runs in the second half weren't much. And we don't know what Davidson is. We can't take very much from them going up against the William Peace Pacers. So they beat them 88-47. But, what the hell are we going to take from that? Now they shot 51.4 from the field. They didn't shoot well from three, only 25%. They only turned the ball over 8 times, while the William Peace Pacers turned the ball over 22 times. Let's get into the line history here for Davidson Bowling Green. Let's get this up and rocking here. Get the line history up and then get into the cash flow. God, there's just too many games here. Here we go. We have a Bowling Green plus 5.5 at -109. They opened up at +5, so we have a half-point move towards Davidson. Beating up on a Div 3 school is not really appealing to me. I'd much rather, bet a team that came off tough competition. We don't have that here. This total is at 146.5. It's heavily juiced to the under right now. This opened up at 148.5, so we have a 2-point move towards the under. And we're not going to get any information on the cash flow, unfortunately. We have 1,963 tickets in. Take it away, C-Mac, your next spot on the board, Davidson Bowling Green.
Yeah, it's another one, man. All these not going in my favor. That's what it is. It'll be all right. We'll figure it out here with these numbers. Yeah, let's get to it. Davidson all around just beating up, William Peace. Just unbelievable. I think this Davidson team is solid. Especially if they don't turn the ball over. A really good team, really good passing team. Slow here. This is what I wanted to be on. Davidson super slow pace. 351. On the flip side, Bowling Green a little bit quicker, but Bowling Green struggled, to score at times, and their problem's been turnovers. That's kind of plagued them the last few years. And one thing with Davidson's slow pace, and they have the better defense in this game. So I think they kind of control it. This is a game on the side. Like, I think Davidson could win, but I don't know if I'd be running, to lay the 5.5, even though I think they're a little bit of the better team in this one. I think Bowling Green does enough, not the best shooting team, and they don't need to be, because that's why I'm on the under here. When I saw this in 148.5, this was, to me, 5 points too high. Maybe some of these, I thought these numbers were crazy. And look, early on, I've tried to stay off unders. Shout out to Billy. I got more into the first half. I'm going to be a little bit more this year, like it did last year in first half unders. But we got to see a little bit more from these teams and everything that's going on. But I thought this was great value here, even at 147.5. Is that the best number you can get?
Unfortunately, this is just dropping like a rock. It's 145.5 market wide, and for the 146.5, it costs 10 cents.
Give me the 145.5. I mean, I thought this was 4 points. So
you'd prefer that over one? Now we can get you the 145.5 at -105, but we can get you 146.5 at -120.
Minus 105.
All right. Look at again. I hate that this is the situation here, and I know that. I hope it doesn't affect it too much. I do have an asterisk in parentheses what you bet it at, and if there's too much of a difference, it's something we got to change because it's not fair to you and for the capper. We have under 145.5 at -105 here for C-Mac locked.
I don't think it'll always be like that. I mean, this is just kind of how it's worked out. I mean, I've just kind of been on the move. You know what I mean? I mean, it will be, but maybe not to this extent on every game.
No, I feel you. I feel you. Under 145.5, 3 points worse than what you betted at. Respect. CMAC on the under in Davidson, Bowling Green. Let's move on to the next spot on the board. 7 p.m. Eastern with the UMass Minutemen. 1-0 to start the year. West Virginia Mountaineers. We're in Morgantown, West Virginia, where the Mountaineers got their season off to a very easy start. 87-59 victory over Robert Morris. They completely shut Robert Morris down. They got whatever they wanted. They were 18.5-point favorites. They were up by 20 at the half, 55 from the field, 41.2% from three. They were actually a little bit out rebound, but part of that was that Robert Morris shot 32.4 from the field and 25 from three. But that shouldn't help. It should help West Virginia win the rebounding battle, honestly. So UMass on the other side, they got their season started against New Hampshire, so it wasn't a tough competition. New Hampshire Wildcats in Amherst, so they were 16.5-point favorites against New Hampshire. Now New Hampshire is a Div 1 basketball team, so we're not talking about some shit college. Now they were treated like a weak little college in the game. 103 points UMass put up, 49 in the first half, 54 in the second half, shot 53.2 from the field, only turned the ball over 8 times. So UMass's offense looked very, very good. Let's take a look at the line history here, and we're not going to get cash flow information, although I will check. We have this total over 153 flat. You can get a 153.5. It is out there. This total opened up at 153.5, and it climbed up to 156.5. This was 156.5 30 minutes before the show started, and then there was a 3.5-point move to the under. I mean, these are just massive, massive swings. Good God, 3.5-point move. I mean, you would think that would be a player being out situation, not driven by cash, but these are such small markets. We have West Virginia minus 9.5. That's a no vig situation. The plus 9.5 is minus 119. So it's basically a 9. This opened up at 9.5 yesterday. So we've had very little movement. Take it away for us here. UMass, West Virginia, and Morgantown, West Virginia.
Yeah, this total has been, a little bit weird. I don't know. And that's what, initially, I think when you look at it, you think there could be and will be points, but was this total too high? Then it moves and it gets, buyback right down the West Virginia. This team just was not very good last year. 9-23, 4-14 in the Big 12. Just awful. Didn't play defense, sloppy turnovers, just not very good at all. They looked good against Robert Morris there, and got the cover, right? They just covered that game, right? It's 18.5.
They were 18.5-point favorites. So they.
They won by 27.
They were up 20 at the half.
Yeah, so big win there, but I think they're going to struggle here. I saw this matchup last year with UMass, who brings back a ton, and they have depth. They have players off the bench that can score. Diggins, Hankins, Watson could come in, shoot the ball. They were 2011. I thought they were really, really good. And they beat up on them. Frank Martin wants to get up and go in this one. To me, this was crazy. I just think the allure of West Virginia at home is just, until something changes, to me, this was way too many points here. UMass was better at home, 13-3, but the team was pretty good against the number. So give me the 9.5 here, Jimmy. I think they keep this game close. They have the scores to do it.
UMass plus 9.5. That is available. Can you find that with regular vig? Because I guess everything we have from Will Hill is stale right now. Here, let me check 365. They might be able to give you that 9.5 here on the Minutemen. And no, it will have to pay for the 9.5 at this point, unless anyone can find it. Have to pay for the 9.5.
Okay, wait, is it 115?
No, unfortunately, it's minus 120.
Damn, I thought it was 115 on here. No,
it's minus 130 at 365.
Holy shit! Let me check. Vegas here.
Yeah, do that. It's probably worth it here. Let me check one other site here. If anybody can find a better number on UMass, let us know. We're going to roll into our next game. Our next game is the battle in Colorado. So let's break that one down. But let me see if
Damn it. No, just give me the 9 here. Jim, the best you can get here.
Okay, you got it.
We can get
the +9 -110 here for the Minutemen. And yeah, -126 at Bookmaker too. Okay. Let's roll on. 9 p.m. Eastern. We have Northern Colorado Bears 1-0 at the Colorado Buffaloes. We're at the Event Center in Boulder, Colorado for this one. We have Northern Colorado, coming in, against Cupcake Colorado College Tigers, who I don't know anything about. Obviously, not a Div 1 school, and Colorado coming off a legit win at home over Eastern Washington Eagles. They shot 45.8% from the field and 39.1% from 3. They actually got off to a horrific start in this one. They were down 27-12. They were 26-10, 27-10, I guess, was the low watermark. And then they took over the basketball game. They outscored Eastern Washington 51-25 in the second half. And it was the bench that took over after halftime, really. It wasn't the starters that did that. So a very interesting first game for the Buffaloes. Let's get into the line history. Oh, let's see what's going on. Billy Friedrich says FanDuel. FanDuel has UMass +9.5 -115. Do we want that?
Right.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
okay, +9. And thank you for finding that. +9.5 -1.
Oh, yeah. Thanks.
15. We have offers from our friends at FanDuel and a bunch of different books that we are working with now, all legal American books. We're going to pin the link to all the books. All you have to do is type in your state or your province, and you will see all of the offers that will come down. So Jose will pop that onto our chat, and we'll pin it to the top of the chat. Rez Mob, wow. His nephew walked on to North Carolina basketball team this year. Wow, Rez. Can we get a name so we can follow him?
Yeah. What the hell?
Yeah, we want to follow. Coin saying NC Central down to 1.5. Kind of thought that might happen. Yeah, now -1. It's 3 minutes before tip off. I could have waited. I understand why the market is moving in the opposite direction. If you don't, that's when that concerns you. Look, NC Central was horrific in their first game. So everybody's looking at what Gardner-Webb did against Tennessee, and so I don't like it, but I can explain it. So I'm okay with it. I could have waited a little bit longer, but it is what it is. Let's get over to the next spot on the board here. This battle in Colorado, Northern Colorado versus Colorado. This one is at 9 p.m. Eastern. We have Colorado now -13 across the board. You can still get a 12.5, but you have to pay for it. Now they opened up -14.5. So we've had a legit move towards Northern Colorado here in this one. And then from a total standpoint here, let's get over here. From a total look, we have Northern Colorado total. Sorry, there's so many games. So just give me a second. At 152, slightly juiced to the under. This opened up at 148.5, so we've climbed up to 152. Take it away for us here. Take it away for us here. Northern Colorado Buffalo, C-Mac.
Yeah, this this game should be good. Northern Colorado consistently is an over team. We'll see what we get out of them early on. One thing is this team does not play any defense really at all. That's why I've always loved taking these overs with them. And they do have some guys that can really score. But defensively, they just haven't been there. It's been a struggle for them, the past few years to make any stops at all. Colorado, you talked about that first matchup of the year. Eastern Washington, bunch of guys left. Game I kind of like. We'll get to it, and it's flipped. with Bradley, Washington State. All Eastern Washington guys, 3 of their players go to Wazoo as they lost a bunch. But the first half was pretty close, then they blow them out. I think that's how this game goes a little bit. I think they'll wear down Northern Colorado, kind of big brother, little brother. I think some people think maybe Northern Colorado can hang around. But one spot where I've backed this Colorado team a ton is at home. And I'm going to back them here again in this game. One thing I love that they do, the little things they're able to score like they did in that second half, I think will happen. And it's been consistent with them. And they had another good game in that first one at the free throw line. I think they shot 75%. But this team last year, top 10 free throw shooting team. When I'm laying points, I want a team that can make it from the free throw line, Jimmy. And that's what they do. They win by 15 plus. So give me Colorado minus
Colorado. Here, I will line shop and get you the best spot available for you on Colorado. All right, let's talk about the last game here on our college basketball slate before we
real quick. There's 12 and a halves, right? Normal vig here. I see.
Oh yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah. Give me that.
Yeah, I'll search around and get the best one available. All right, let's roll. Billy Friedrich says C-Mac always brings the knowledge, always putting in the hard work. Let's talk about this last game on the board and bring back Daby Cab. Now, this is not one of Daby Cab's best bets. He gave it to us already. It's North Carolina first half, but it's a big marquee game here and rolls us into college football. And our guy Daby Cab rolling with us with Wine Time Sports. Let's go. 11 p.m. Eastern. We have the New Mexico Lobos at the number 22 ranked UCLA Bruins. We're in Henderson, Nevada. This is a neutral site game, of course. Let's talk about what happened already. We had UCLA beat up on the Rider Bronx and do it very easily, up 41-23.5. They were 21.5 point favorites. This was at home at Pauley Pavilion, and they dominated the Bronx. On the other side of things, the Lobos come off a pretty difficult game against Nichols. They did not look very good. They shot 19.4 from 3, 38.3 from the field. They were 17.5 point favorites, and they didn't look good. They didn't look good at all. And if they play like that against the Bruins, they're going to lose badly. Let's get into the line history here for this one. This is late night action for us, which we love. This one pops off at 11 p.m. Alongside the Bradley Washington State game. This total is 154 right now, juiced pretty heavily to the under, but it just keeps climbing. This has climbed up from 150.5, so we have a 3.5 point move to the over. And when we get to the point spread here for this one, we have this at, here we go. We have this at 4.5. Now it is juiced pretty heavily to New Mexico. I think, you can still find the 4.5 at minus 110, but this has come down from 6.5. It's a really legit move towards the Lobos, who I guess the excuse is it was a look ahead spot where they were not paying enough attention to Nichols and more, caring much more about this one here. Again, we only have 3,746 tickets in. Thought we'd have more. Thought we'd have some line information. We don't have any information here from the Action Network. By the way, Billy Friedrich found that 12.5 at minus 105. So we're getting a very low vig. I'll keep looking for that as well. So we have Daby Cab here and C-Mac for Lobos Bruins. C-Mac, we'll start with you this time. Take it away. UCLA ranked 22nd, line moving against them. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's just right down the street for me. Less than 2 miles. Now the Lee's Liquor is now the name of this spot. I wonder how much this game is. Where's Jose? He's a ticket guy, ticket boy. Look up the ticket for this game. I should head down there. All right, let's get to it. Yeah, I think New Mexico could be in this one. One thing was opening game, at times, and that's kind of been their issue, is defensively they weren't great. And of course, usually it shows up sometimes at the pit. They were better on the road and on the neutral sites last year was New Mexico. But still, points allowed was a lot. They still have Dent, Joseph, guys that could flat out score. And on the other side, though, UCLA, this team's slow. They want to slow it down. this team, and it shows. They want to bring it to a crawl. They want to be efficient with their offense, with Johnson and Andrews. This one was tough for me. You know, I kind of lean to the under. If UCLA dictates the pace here on this neutral floor, I thought the total was a little bit high. I mean, if not, if you like the Lobos, that means they're going to get up and down, and you'd more like this game to the over. But I think it's the other way around in the game that could be close. We got to see more. A little bit of a disappointing year for UCLA. They think they're right back here this year, which I think they'll be solid. We don't know how Cronin does. He's very good, X's and O's type coach. So this one should be fun, and I can't wait to watch. Take it away, Cab.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like you said, New Mexico, you know, they lost, if I'm not mistaken, 3 of their 4 top scorers from last year. And, you know, they had a good season, 26-10 overall last year. And then you got the Bruins. They bring back 3 of their top 4 scorers. So kind of opposite there on roster turnover for these two teams. But the thing is that UCLA had a real down year last year, like C-Mac said. I mean, it wasn't necessarily a good season at all for UCLA last season. So, I mean, it's still nice to have 3 or 4 people come back. You know, but is that good returning production, right? And another thing that C-Mac touched on is one of these teams is going to, you know, go as slow as a snail. The other team, New Mexico, is going to bust it up and down the court as quick as they can. You know, New Mexico had 72.8 possessions per 40 minutes. And then on the other side, UCLA just 63.1 possessions per 40 minutes. That's 353rd in the nation. So if you like UCLA, you like the under. If you like New Mexico, you like the over is kind of where it goes. I lean UCLA here. But I guess maybe just recent bias off last season is the only reason I can't jump the gun with them. So I haven't bet this one.
Huh. Interesting. From Morgan, he says books are so sharp. It says New Mexico is a public darling, in my opinion. They're fishing with this short line. UCLA -10. Because my thought are, you know, Lobos get a little scare from Nichols. They should be ready to go in the first half against the UCLA team now on a neutral court. You know, feeling good about themselves after smashing Ryder here. That's my initial feeling. I want to wait on it, but that's my initial feeling here with this one. C-Mac, did you want to move on the under?
No, not yet. I haven't moved on it.
Okay. All right. So no action here from our cappers in the chat. It feels like a New Mexico first half spot, and then UCLA wears them down. I'm not sure if I get there, but I'm certainly writing it here in the chat, in my worksheet to break it down here. Let's review all action here from C-Mac and Daby Cab, and then we roll into college football. Great job, C-Mac. So I have moved on NC Central. The game is just underway. They've just tipped off here. So we shall see how this bangs out. Then we get C-Mac's card started with the under 141.5 in VCU Boston College Eagles. Daby Cab moves on North Carolina first half plus 4.5 at -119. Our guy T Mott says, as a born and bred Tar Heel fan, I'm not confident with no big man. Elon even came back and led for a while the other night. I have to stay off because of my emotions. We have Weber State for Morgan Spooner. That's his best bet here. I will take a look into that. C-Max on the under 147 in St. Thomas, Minnesota, Green Bay. Also Green Bay plus 3.5. And Billy Friedrich, Pig Milk play today is Green Bay on the money line plus 145. C-Max on the under 145.5 at -105 in Davidson, Bowling Green. He's on UMass plus 9.5. Colorado minus 12.5. And I may move on the Lobos first half here. I don't have a very much action here. I was hoping to have a little more, but you know, huge week ahead of us, and we got college football up next. C-Mac, thank you for rocking with us. All of C-Mac's NCAA football breakdowns can be found at the Hitting the Books YouTube channel alongside Bobano. That's every Monday, and they will be switching over to college basketball here in a few weeks as well. So check that out, and then you can catch him here breaking down college basketball with me on Fridays. C-Mac, thank you so much for rocking with us. Please support Conor Mac on Twitter. If you guys don't already, I'm going to pop his Twitter handle here in the chat. Please support our guy at Conor Mac Picks. C-Mac, any last words for the Capper supporting the show?
Oh, shout out to the chat. I love you guys. Let's get paid. we will start. I don't know if we're going to go this week, but going forward on some Fridays, me and Vivano will do college basketball. Maybe today. Who knows? So check us out maybe later to see what he's doing. We might go and run.
And that will be on the
more.
Hitting the Books YouTube channel.
Yeah, later today if we do around 2 or 3. Yeah, and we'll get some of the other ones. We didn't get into it, because I didn't move on it. I really like Santa Clara, but I'm not going to lay 4.5, 5 with them. That's the other game. That's right here in Henderson, Arizona State, Santa Clara. A few other ones, I think, real quick before I go. We'll touch them. Like Texas, I think they roll tonight. The problem is their team total. I mean, they're laying, 35 points? Their team total is 91. But they almost could get there easily. And I think Ole Miss. If you like Ole Miss, lay it there. I think that's a pretty good number at 20.5. Just throwing that out there. I haven't bet it. Just throwing it.
I love it. All
there
right. He is, the Miggity Mac in the house. C-Mac, thank you so much for rocking with us, my friend, and catch Hitting the Books and see if they do a show today in college basketball, but you'll have them every Monday. Daby Cab, it is time to move into college football. You and Wine Time have put together incredible seasons for us. Both ROIs very, very high. Daby Cab 17 and 11, 60.7% plus 4.7 units. ROI plus 16.79%. Average line minus 112. And then let's welcome our next guest coming to us from Los Angeles, California, coming off a great week. 39 and 31, 55.7% plus 5.65 units. ROI plus 8.07%. Average line minus 110. Please welcome our friend, Mr. Wine Time Sports. The show. Wine Time, how are you, my man?
Jimmy the Bag, Daby Cab, my guys, man. Good to be here, man, on a Friday with you guys again, man. Ready to break down some college football games. It's probably going to be the most action I give out on a Friday and maybe that I ever give out on a Friday. So I'm excited for it, man. We got a lot of good angles in these games, not just in college football, but in basketball too. Haven't made anything official in the NBA, so it's all going to be official when we talk about that.
I love it. By the way, also, I've just such a lack of sleep. I'm not reading things up properly. I just thought Chang Kim wanted action, best bets, but it is his birthday today. Shout out to our guy, Chang Kim. Chang, I hope you're having a great, great birthday. Our guy, Chang Kim, celebrating today and jumping on stream. So we need best bet action here from you guys for our guy, Chang Kim, and I will do the same. Chang, sorry I missed that it was your birthday, man. I'm just not seeing things very clearly. It was that football game took 5 hours last night, and then of course capping the whole card. So Chang Kim, happy birthday, my man. Let's get some best bet action for him, and let's get to work in college football. We've already heard that our guy Wine Time has a ton of action here in this one. So let's get this all set up. Here we go. It's going to take me a second to set this up here, so bear with me.
Good.
But let's get this move over to college football and get everything set up here before we roll. We got some beauties. This is a great slate, and I would sure love to have action here. So let's see. Oh, here we go. Let's see what we got, and let's roll. Okay, our first game on the board, 8 p.m. Eastern. We have the California Golden Bears, who are 0-4 in the ACC, clearly not delivering at Wake Forest. Demon Deacons 4-4, 2-2 in the ACC. We're in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Beautiful weather, 67 Fahrenheit, clear, 5-mile-per-hour winds. Let's get into the line history here for this one, and then hand it over. We'll go back and forth. So we'll start with Wine Time to go first, and then Daby Cab will go first in the second game. So we have California, Wake Forest. This spread right now is a 7. Cal is -7 at -113. This did touch 7.5 this morning, and it was a legit 7.5. It was a 7.5 at a pick'em, and it came back to the 7. So we've had 5 cents of movement towards the Golden Bears. From a total perspective, we have a 54.5 at a pick'em. This opened up at 54. It climbed up to 55. It's back at 54.5. Cash flow wise, 54% of the tickets and 80% of the cash is on Cal. Again, this line's pretty stagnant. 78% of tickets and 69% of cash on the over. We have Cal here coming off the 44-7 win at home against Oregon State. It was their second straight home game. It came on the heels of losing to NC State 24-23, which came on the heels of losing by 2 at Pitt in a wildly interesting 17-15 game. On the other hand, Wake Forest comes in off back-to-back road wins. They beat UConn 23-20, and then they beat Stanford 27-24, both on the road. Now they're coming back home. They've not been very good at home. We last saw them at home when Clemson destroyed them 49-14. They lost to the Ragin' Cajuns 41-38. They lost to Old Miss 40-6. They lost to Virginia 31-30. The only team that they beat at home, North Carolina A&T. So, a very questionable football operation over there. Kong's Clip says sneaky over here, 54.5. Chang Kim getting a lot of love for his birthday. Chang, my bad for not reading that clear. I thought we were just looking for best bet action. But let's go here. Take it away, fellas. We'll start with wine time. California Golden Bears, Wake Forest Demon Deacons.
Yeah, I'm on this game, guys. I gave out this play on Monday. I got a little bit better of a number, but you can probably still get the number maybe at a little bit juicier than what I got it. But yeah, man, a big game here for both these teams in the ACC, man. Cal, man, they had kind of a tough schedule, those 4 games where they just lost, man. That Miami game, man, I watched that from start to finish. What a game that was. College game day was there, man. The place was rocking and rolling. One of the craziest comebacks you'll ever see in college football. It's definitely up there. I mean, that's what kind of that Miami team's been doing all season long. So you can't blame the Cal team, man, but they really came back and showed some. I mean, they were in a lot of close games against some pretty good ACC opponents last week. Blew the roof off Oregon State, man. They got Jaden Ott back. He is healthy. I'm not sure if he's going to go for this one, but I mean, guys, this guy was the leading rusher in the Pac-12 last year. This guy has all the tools. This guy's an NFL type back. Probably not this year. He's probably going to have to stay another year because dealt with some injuries. His numbers aren't looking too good, but they got another guy, a sophomore, Javian Thomas. This guy's really good with the football in his hand as well. Speedster out of the backfield, can catch it as well. Watch out for both these guys. And they got a quarterback in Fernando Mendoza. This guy's like 6'5", big, long dude, man. He likes to take hits too, man. He runs with it when he's able to. He's got a sneaky good arm too, man. He's got good size for the position. So like I said, he's not afraid to take hits. So definitely expect him to take off and run a couple times in this one. With that being said, man, Cal, man, I think going forward, man, they can still make a bowl game with a win here. We see them at a big -7, -7.5. Some spots on the road. Both teams are kind of 4-4, kind of heading in the same direction. Wake Forest, I wouldn't say they faced the same schedule. I mean, they did face Ole Miss early in the season. We'll give them that. But I mean, barely beating UConn, barely beating Stanford. I mean, those are 2 teams that aren't impressive by any means. Well coached, but not impressive, honestly, with their personnel. But with Cal, on the other hand, man, I mean, I don't know. I think they're going to run the shit out of the ball here. I mean, they have 13 interceptions as well. They do a really good job of taking the football away, especially in the red zone is where they get a majority of those interceptions. Hank Bachmeier, the quarterback at Wake Forest, transferred. Never been a big fan of this guy, man. Having a pretty decent year, though. He can run with it, too. I expect him to make a couple mistakes, though. I expect them to have some longer drives, burning the clock, and most likely getting picked off in the red zone or getting picked off at least twice in this game. They got a good running back, too, and Demon Claiborne. He's been really good out of the backfield for them. He's impressive as well. But, I mean, if you're going to ask me who's going to win this game, I'm going to tell you Cal. Can I lay 7 with them? No. Are they going to probably win by 7+ on the road here? Most likely. That's kind of what the line's telling us, if you ask me. But I'm on the under, guys. It's plain and simple. I think Cal's going to run the shit out of the ball. Not just both the running backs, but the quarterback, too. They're going to burn clock, and Wake Forest is going to burn clock, too. That's what they do. They move pretty slow. If they expect Bachmeier to at least make a couple mistakes here. So give me the under. I got in at 55 on Monday, -110. You could probably get that same number at maybe -120. I'd still move on the under 54.5 here. I think it's good money. This game doesn't hit 50 here on this Friday night at Wake Forest, man. Yeah, give me the under.
Under 55 -110 for Wine Time Sports. Daby Cap, Cal, Golden Bears, Wake Forest, Demon Deacons. Take it away.
So Wine Time, you took the under. You didn't take Cal, though, as a side?
No, I'm leaning to it. I might money line parlay with them with something later on. I'll give out. We'll see. I won't be surprised if they blow these guys out by 7+ because it's kind of crazy. 2 pretty equal teams on paper. And then being a 7.5 point road favorite, looking at the market, I mean, it is feels kind of public, but it is a Friday night here, so I don't know. That's what kind of keeps me off the spread in this spot. I think Cal will win, but I'm not sure about 7.5.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. Like, I think Cal wins it here. 7.5. I don't know. It did move through that key number at 7 though to get all the way up to that 7.5. That is kind of saying something. And like you said, if you just look at the numbers here, both teams are 4-4. Both teams are pretty consistent across the board on offense, on defense. This is the one thing that you're going to see that there's a huge disparity. Cal's got a better defense on the field than Wake Forest has. And probably the best unit on the field is going to be Cal's defense here in this game. And you touched on Bachmeier throwing interceptions. What is 6 on the season? I think he's already thrown 6 interceptions to his 12 touchdowns. I had that somewhere. Either way,
he's got 6 picks, 12 touchdowns.
Okay, yeah, there we go. 6
interceptions. He has thrown for a lot of yards, but I mean, he turns the ball over a lot, man.
He always has. So Jimmy, I'm off this game, so I don't want to talk too long on it. I kind of lean towards Cal, but I don't want to go 7.5 with it. So I'm off.
I hear you. You wanted to move off of the 7 to show that they're going to be able to win by margin. You hear from like Troy and Sean Higgs, and they if they're going to take a 7, they need it to move to 7.5. Show that they're going to win by margin. And I don't know if the market has done that at this point. So let's roll on. We do have action from Wine Time on the under 55. Let's move on to the next spot on the board. And we've heard from the wager detective. Now, there's a ton of action from the cappers in the chat on this next one. And the chat seems to be all over Iowa. And I know that Wine Time is on the other side of that. So this is going to be a fun breakdown. Let's break this one down to total at 44.5. That's exactly where it opened. So no movement at all on the total. On the spread, we have UCLA 6.5 point home dogs. They opened up at 6. They got down to 5.5. Spent a lot of time at 5.5, then to 6, and then this morning it's moved to 6.5, which is just a half-point move towards Iowa. Cash flow wise in this one, 91% of the tickets and 91% of the cash is on the over. Then you have 32% of the tickets and 48% of the cash on UCLA. When we take a look at the situation, of course, Iowa 4-2 in the Big Ten, UCLA 2-4 in the Big Ten. Oh, sorry, put up the wrong game there. My bad. Give me a second here. Daby Cab going to get us started with this one, but let me move this over here. Okay, here we go. So Iowa coming off back-to-back wins, taking out Northwestern at home 40-14, then beating Wisconsin at home 42-10. Very clear, comfortable, easy victories, but they've lost their last couple road games. UCLA coming back home. Both teams have not been playing well at home. Now it looks like it's where they faced the tougher competition, but Iowa losing 32-20 at Michigan State, losing 35-7 at Ohio State. They've only played 3 road games this year, and their win was, at Minnesota. Then and this is the bye week coming up for them afterwards. And then UCLA here came in off their bye week and took out Nebraska 27-20. Wine Time was on that spot. They looked good, didn't turn the ball over, and took care of business. And we're ahead most of the time and allowed a late touchdown. Take it away for us, Daby Cab. We will start with you in this one. We have Iowa Hawkeyes, UCLA. Wager detective on the over and on UCLA. Dougie Wise free bands play today on Iowa. And then we start with you. Dabber Cadabra, take it away.
Well, it almost doesn't feel right to have me start this one, but I'll do it. I've lived vicariously through Wine Time this college football season in these UCLA games, right? He's come on the tailgate and given them out multiple times, and I paid attention. I keep everyone's record. And UCLA, maybe not having the best season as far as wins go, but I'll be damned if they haven't covered every single time you've come on and given them out this year. I mean, they've just been a covering machine, even on the money line, last week. That was a great call right there. So this is one of those situations like I don't know if I would even have the courage to to do anything but go with wine time on UCLA, just because I know that his understanding of this football team is more than what I can read or what numbers I can get, right? And that's just honest truth. Everybody should have that ability to say it. So I think Iowa's going to try and run the football, obviously 8th in the country running the ball. And UCLA does have holes on defense, stopping the run. I mean, UCLA has holes all over, like I said, but they've been able to cover. So I don't know, Jimmy. I don't like the fact that, Iowa's 8th in the country and is going to just run the ball and just keep pounding it down the field, try and keep from turning the ball over. I think UCLA is going to have a problem with that. But like I said, there is definitely not enough conviction for me to go against wine time on this.
Well, let's hear from Wine Time. Wine Time, I know we have this video up, but take it away, your plan on Hawkeyes UCLA Bruins.
Yeah, man, big game here at the Rose Bowl here on Friday night, man. Gonna be a good one, guys. Yeah, we already touched on it. Go check out the full video over there at Pub Sports Radio. Good stuff over there, man. It's a pretty long one, but I'm gonna keep it short and sweet here, man. Iowa, they've been struggling on the road this season. What do they like to do? They like to run the shit out of the ball with Caleb Johnson. One thing about this UCLA defense that is good is the run game. They're 11th in the nation, only allowing 3.3 yards per carry. What their holes is in the secondary, man. They can't really seem to stop the pass against anyone this season. Give or take, they've had a pretty tough schedule. All the quarterbacks they faced, probably outside the Rutgers game. And I guess you can maybe say the Minnesota Max Brosmer, but that guy's been showing that he can play at the D1 level. He's having actually a really good season over there. With that being said, man, Iowa, man, what do they do? I just want to touch on this too. What did they do all season last year, man? They just went under the total. And what are they doing all season this year, going over the total? It seems like they're really having these 2 quarters in the game where they really just explode on offense. And outside of that, it's pretty much 2 quarters in every single game where they're just able to explode, get points. Outside of that, it's pretty much they haven't been able to get the ball going, but they've got probably the best running back in the nation in Caleb Johnson. Yeah, I said it. I think he's better than Genty, man. Genty, don't get me wrong, he's doing big things over there, but that guy's getting 40 touches a game. Caleb Johnson's getting 20 touches a game, and he's right behind him in the rushing rankings, flying completely under the radar. This is the best running back in college football right here. It's kind of weird, Jim. About an hour ago, I was looking at the props, man. Is over. Can anyone in the chat find his over-under rushing props for me? It was 128 about 30 minutes ago, and right now I'm seeing 122.5 everywhere. Kind of weird there. I'm not sure what's going on with that spot. See if anyone could let me know on that one. But I'm going to get to this game now, man. UCLA, they're not a big run team, man. They're probably the least efficient run offense in the nation. Really bad at it. But what do they like to do? They like to get their running backs involved out of the backfield. TJ Harden, Jalen Berger, Keegan Jones. These guys have been scoring touchdowns, catching touchdowns instead of rushing for them. They've just been trying to find ways to get the ball out quick of Garber's hands. This guy's being protected. Ever since they made the change at the offensive line in that Penn State game where they brought in the backup, they stuck to that offensive line, and it's worked, man. They've been able to protect him. And biggest thing for me, too, is the Bieniemy system is very complicated. We've heard NFL quarterbacks talk about how complicated it is. This guy came in late, implemented the system late, and they're really starting to do a really good job now. And Garbers looks comfortable. He's not turning the ball over. He's throwing touchdowns. This guy's got a big arm, man. I mean, this guy can make any throw on the football field if you give him a chance to throw it. And I think he's going to get his running backs and his tight ends involved. The ball's going to come out quick. They're going to dip and dunk on this Iowa team. Iowa doesn't allow explosive plays. UCLA, I mean, they're going to need, I think, 1 to 3 explosive plays in this game to get the ball downfield a couple times. But outside of that, burn this clock down, man, and wear this Iowa defense down. I think it's going to be a hostile environment at the Rose Bowl. It's homecoming night. It's Friday night. This is probably going to be the best turnout they have. Don't get me wrong. I've heard a lot of Iowa fans are going to be there as well. I'm hearing that 10,000 Iowans are going to be at the game tonight. So they're going to be rocking and rolling. Hopefully they enjoy the game, man. It's going to be a good game, but I just think, when it comes down to it, UCLA can stop the run. If they load the box here, man, if they bring their safeties in and leave their corners in man coverage, I trust that secondary against Brendan Sullivan any day of the week. Everywhere I'm hearing, Brendan Sullivan's like a savior. I mean, this guy's threw the ball like 14 times last game. Yeah, he's good with the ball in his hands, but UCLA's been able to stop everyone. They're literally allowing, I think, just under 100 rushing yards per game, which is very impressive because teams are successful at throwing. But Brendan Sullivan, this guy doesn't throw big passes. I don't think this guy's going to be able to shred the defense. That being said, 7 points is way too much. I got the +7 at -120 on Monday, went all the way down to like a 5.5, went to a 5 when me and Jose were talking about it. It's up to a 6.5 right now at a -110. Believe you can get a +7 at -125. stick with the plus 6.5 because they're going to win this game outright. I believe this is going to go under the total as well. I think 45 points is a little bit too high. It's at 44.5 at a lot of spots. I don't know why everyone keeps hammering the over on these UCLA games, but I think this is going to go under. And I know Iowa's been an offensive juggernaut, I guess you could say, this season with this new offense. But I think UCLA is going to be able to limit their plays, especially if they limit Caleb Johnson, man. They have no weapons at their wide receiver position. They have a good tight end in Luke Lackley, 5-star talent coming out of hgoing school. Really good blocker. I mean, that guy's got less than, I think he has like 200 receiving yards. UCLA is going to take care of business here, guys. I'm going to be on a teaser. I'm going to throw them in. So I'm on them spread +7, -120. Money line with Jose, I gave it at +175, I think. I think you can get a better number at that right now. I'm on the under 45 -110. I'm on, let's see right here, UCLA and a teaser +12.5, and we're going to combine it with the Rice and Memphis game later on. So include that. And I might also add in Caleb Johnson under rushing yards. Was anyone able to find me that number?
I got 119.5.
Wow. I wanted to give it out at 128.5, guys. That's what it was about an hour ago. Like, I had it literally open up my book and I was prepared to take it. Wanted to wait until the show. I see 121.5, 122.5. So these spots, UCLA is going to shut this guy down. That's what they've been doing all season long, honestly. And like I said, I dare Sullivan to throw. And if he has a successful day, it is what it is. I'm going to take my chances with that spot. And I don't think this game hits 40. So I think it's going to be a 20-16, 20-17 type of ball game. So yeah, that's what I'm on.
Locked and loaded. And so it's a 6-point teaser that you're rocking with in UCLA starting it off?
Yes, sir.
So what did you get UCLA at in the teaser?
+12.5.
+12.
I'm taking this teaser. Like, I haven't taken it yet. This is just what I have written down right now.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'm going to take it after the show, though.
All right, we are locked and loaded. Hammering the board is line time. UCLA +7 -120 in the 175. You give that out with Jose on Wednesday. Also the under 45 -110, and he's adding the teaser. We have picks from Dave in the house, who's also on the under as well, and Coin saying Iowa 8-1 to the over thus far this year. Great stuff. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board. Rice Owls 3-6, 2-3 in the American, at the Memphis Tigers 7-2, 3-2 in the American. We're at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium in Memphis, Tennessee. 63 Fahrenheit, cloudy, 8 miles per hour. Memphis had their winning streak snapped at UTSA. It was shocking. 7.5-point favorites. They lose 44-36. Again, their defense letting them down. Rice Owls have played some pretty good football this year. Now they have had a very difficult time scoring on the road. Put up 10 points at Tulane, 10 points at UConn. They're coming off beating Navy 24-10 at home, and now they're out on the road once again. Let's get into the line history here for this one, and wine time will get us started, and then we will head to Daby Cab. Memphis -7. Right now at -111, -113. This has come down from 10.5. Just a monstrous
an hour ago.
Wow, just a monstrous move towards the Owls. Wow. And then on a total perspective, we have this at 50.5, slightly juiced to the over, but this has come down from 52. This also hit a low watermark of 50. Wine time sports get us started for Rice, Memphis, in Memphis, Tennessee.
Well, that bums me out because this is my 6-point teaser. I lost a point there. I'm on Rice in this spot, guys. How can we not be on Rice in this spot? Look at Memphis. This is the most fraudulent 7-2 team I've ever seen. I'm looking at who they faced in their last 5 matchups here, especially, man. Losing to UTSA, a team that's, I'm sorry, Jose, not good by any means. Barely beating Charlotte, giving up 28 points to Charlotte. Barely beating North Texas, giving up 44 to North Texas. An impressive win, I guess you can say, against a South Florida team that's trash, 21-3. It's just not a good ball team, man. You look at their stats, though. You look at their quarterback, man. Seth Hagen, having a really good year, statistically wise, man, having a really good year. They've got a good running back in Mario Anderson, who's been absolutely great with running the ball. Give or take the competition they faced here, man. But with that being said, man, this Memphis defense, are they going to be able to stop anyone here? I mean, I don't even think they're going to be able to stop Rice here, man. Quarterback, what's his EJ Warner. It's Kurt Warner's son, quarterback for Rice Owls here. kind of he's not having so good of a year, but he's definitely a gamer. Definitely is a competitor out there if you've seen him play. And he can definitely get the ball out quick. They've got a wide receiver, and Matt Sky's transfer from UCLA, having a big year. He's 6'4", 210, recruit from Hawaii, who actually I wanted him to play at UCLA, man. I was just never able to, but he's having a really good year here for Rice. That's pretty much his number one target here. You look at Rice's competition, man. Beating Navy, pretty good team, man, and, losing to UConn, UConn's been kind of proving that they're actually an up-and-coming team now in that conference. Tulane, losing by 2 scores. Tulane's been impressive. Beating UTSA, and, they did lose to Charlotte. But I just think this is way too many points here. Time me in on the 6-point teaser with the Rice Owls in this spot. I think Rice is going to win this game outright. I'm most likely going to move on the +7, and I'm probably going to sprinkle the money line. But give me the 6-point teaser with them. So that would be
+13.
13, yeah. And we will get +100 on that. Even odds. So yeah, lock me in on that, man. This is I don't know. I don't know why I didn't get on Rice earlier in this week. I've been beating myself up all morning. I texted Boston or Google. I was like, how did I not get on Rice? How did I not get on Rice, man? And it moved down to a 7 now. It's just, oh man. A spot I wish I would have moved on earlier in the week, but we can get it in a teaser.
So you're just going to stick with the teaser for Rice?
For now, here. I'll let you know. I'll text you and I'll make it official on X if I move on the Rice Owls spread +7.
Daby Cab, Rice Owls, Memphis Tigers. Take it away.
Man, and I mean, I didn't have a bet on this, but just hearing Wine Time how much he likes Rice, I got to go with the over, and I think I'll probably make it official. I want to think about it a little bit because, look, now, again, strength of schedule is a definite question mark, but Memphis has scored 20 or more point or over 20 points in every football game this season, right? In every single football game. And I don't see that stopping here. I think they're going to put up the points. And if you got Rice covering, possibly winning this game, and I got Memphis going over 20 points, well, then we're getting over 50.5 points or whatever the total's sitting at right now. I might even look at that. I saw the first half had 26.5 hanging out there. I definitely think we could see 4 touchdowns in the first half, no problem. Rice can throw the ball a little bit, and Memphis, they have serious holes in the secondary on this team. The whole game plan for Memphis is, can we score enough points and cover up the holes in our secondary? That's literally what their game plan is can we, stop our secondary from giving up too many points and cover that up? They do average 439.9 yards and 34.2 points per game on the other end. So again, over, I like the over, Jimmy. Since we can sit with it, I'll think on it and I might tweet it out, but I really like it here. And anybody who's on the fence with it, I'd say go ahead and bet it.
The full game over for Daby Cab, and we will wait to hear if you make that official at this point.
Yeah.
All right. That is Rice Owls, Memphis Tigers. Let's talk about our final game on the NCAA slate before we get into NBA. New Mexico Lobos, 3-6, 2-3 in the Mountain West at the San Diego State Aztecs. 3-5, 2-1 in the Mountain West. We're at Snapdragon Stadium in San Diego, California. 60 Fahrenheit clear, a 2-mile-per-hour winds. We have this Lobos team coming off a wild 49-45 home loss versus Wyoming. That came on the heels of a really low-scoring game at Colorado State, 17-6, which then all the other games have been just ridiculously high totals. I mean, against New Mexico State, 90 points were scored. Against Air Force, 89 points were scored. Against Utah State, 95 points were scored. Then you have the outlier against Colorado State, where 23 points were scored, and they go right back to high-scoring football with 94 points scored against Wyoming. San Diego State also, the days of their great defense are gone. Now, that was a very tough opponent at Boise State in the last one, losing 56-24. Let's get into the line history here. We have on the spread here, on the total, we'll start there, 65.5, a -112 to the under. This opened up at 68. So we've dropped 2.5 points. Let's go over to the point spread here for this one. On the point spread, we have the Aztecs as -2.5 point favorites. They open up -3. They got to 3.5. And we know what kind of key number that is. And now at 2.5. So a huge swing back to the Lobos. Let's get into the cash flow here. I'm trying not to put too much attention to this Gardner Webb game. NC Central was coming right back, and then they've since then fallen apart. Cash flow for this one. We have 84% of the tickets and 82% of the cash on San Diego State. I mean, the fact that this has gone down to a 2.5 makes the Lobos quite appealing. 43% of the tickets, but 80% of cash on the over, and this has dropped down to 65.5. Pipe layer in the house. Oh, yes, I will take care of that. Apologies here. There we go. Our final spot on the board. Here we go. Daby Cab, get us started. Now, Ron Crawford, NCAA Play Today is at the New Mexico Lobos. Take it away, Daby, Lobos, Aztecs.
Yeah, I kind of like New Mexico a little bit also, but I just, they've given up at least 35 points in all but one of their games. Every game but one, they've given up at least 30. I mean, that's why the total's sitting where it's at. This game is just going to be a shootout both ways, right? And I'm going to be honest, San Diego State's not the greatest offense, right? If you look at, I think they're 88th in the nation in points per game. Or excuse me, 107th. I said that wrong. 107th in points per game. So they're not, the most prolific offense by any means. But just how bad is New Mexico's defense is what we're going to figure out right here. I wouldn't bet this. Good news is I brought you guys action that when we wrap this up at the end of this, I'm going to give you guys some more action for tomorrow. Just like last week, we cashed both of those. I'd lean San Diego State here, I guess, more than New Mexico. I said New Mexico at the beginning, but I just don't. The more I think about it and sit with it, giving up 35 or more points every game is terrible. I can't bet on a team that does that.
No, I can understand that. It is a fascinating move back towards New Mexico, though, at this point here. I mean, there's no shame in losing to Boise State. But let's hear what Wine Time has to say about our final game on the college football slate, Lobos, Aztecs.
Yeah, guys, I'm kind of on the same fence as you in this one. I'm really leaning towards New Mexico State. Shout out to who said that, Andrew G, man. This kid, Devin Dampierre, this kid's a baller for New Mexico. This kid's going to leave here and he's going to play at a Power 4 school next year. Guy's dynamic on the ground with his legs. He can throw it too. This guy's a really good quarterback. I don't know if it's just because they gave up so many points. Yeah, he knows he just kind of has to go out there and ball every game. But if so, that's the kind of quarterback you want to back, man. This kid is a baller, man. If you guys get the chance to watch this game tonight, man, it's going to be a fun one, dude. I want to get on New Mexico State really badly. The market has me leaning towards this way. If I can get maybe a +3, if not, I might just end up moving on the money line because this kid's a competitor out there for New Mexico. I believe he's going to go out there and he's really going to try to win this game. They're going to really try to win out and go 6-6 and get to a bowl game. And he's going to definitely showcase his skills today against San Diego State that kind of got eaten up live by Boise State last week. Nothing wrong with that, though. We know Boise State is a good team in the Mountain West, not just a good team in the Mountain West, a good team in the nation. With that being said, man, I could only lean towards New Mexico in this spot. If so, I'll make it official and I'll let you know, Jim. I'm really leaning towards New Mexico in this spot, man.
So am I. I think it's a pretty legit move going through that number 3 again. We're talking about 16% of the tickets and 18% of the cash. So it's just going under the 3 means the books are opening up their arms to anyone who wants the Aztecs.
New Mexico has the best player on the field in this one. Their defense, though, I mean, Cab mentioned it, 7-2 to the over this year, man. I mean, they haven't stopped anyone, and San Diego State can score. Over might be the look here. It's a high total. It's just, I don't know why. I know a couple of these games are going to go over tonight, and I'm on 2 of the under, so I'm hoping the 2 games I'm not on go over. I'm hoping this one does go over, but I'm not going to move it on it. The only thing I can move on is New Mexico.
We have I guess you just touched on the total questions in the chat about that total here. So that is college football, but we have extra action here from Daby Cab. So Daby Cab, take it away, my man.
Yeah, first one, shout out to my guy, Super True Story. He gets it. He's been rolling on it with me. Anybody who's been riding with it gets it. Josh Hoover, we're taking his passing prop again. Jimmy, he's 7-2 to the over on his passing prop this year. I'm 7-1 when I bet it.
Gunslinger.
Yeah, I'm 7-1 when I bet it. And you better believe I love it where it's sitting at 307.5 against Oklahoma State. I love it again this weekend. Minus 115 for 307.5 for Josh Hoover. I'm going to say it again. This is one of those things I said from game one. I'm rocking with this prop, and all year it's worked. And I don't see any reason why it doesn't work here against Oklahoma State at home. Again, and then the other one I want to throw on there is I'm going to take Clemson. I think there's a little too much recency bias after last week. They got dominated. I know Virginia Tech's a tough place to play, but 6.5 is a reasonable number for Clemson. I got it at minus 110. I tweeted both those out also.
Yeah, Clemson's angry, man. They're angry after that loss. They need this win. I mean, don't get Virginia Tech's a hard place to play. Do you know if KD's going to play in this one, Kyron Jones?
I don't. From what I've read, he was probable. So I don't.
Yeah, I mean, he almost played last week, and they ended up going with Colin Schlee. If Colin Schlee goes, guys, Clemson will beat these guys by 30 to 40 points. I've seen Colin Schlee play at UCLA. This guy can't throw the football. He can run with it really well. I mean, yeah, I like the look, and I like the look on Hoover too, Cab. That's something I think I'm going to end up moving on with you because I've seen you hit it every single week, and I've seen that kid play, man. He only wants to go out there and just gunsling, just literally just throw the football around on any defense that tries him, man. He's a competitor. I like the look for sure.
And with what I've seen, some quarterbacks like Taylon Green for Arkansas or just other quarterbacks who I don't think are as capable as Hoover do against Oklahoma State, I definitely think he hits it this weekend.
And, after Georgia destroyed Clemson in week one, I hammered Clemson first half in full game, and I was just to sit back and relax. When they are angry and jaded, they seem to step up. Very interested in this Clemson look. Hoover over 307.5 passing yards. Clemson minus 6.5. Anything else for you, Daby?
That's it for now. Tomorrow on the tailgate, I'll have more action. I'm going to go deeper into the card tonight. A few more props, probably a couple more sides. Wine Time will be right there with me. Week 11, Jimmy, we're rolling. College football's, 4 weeks left now, including this weekend. So 3 weeks after this weekend, it goes fast. Good news is college basketball's here also. We'll transition smoothly into that. We'll keep rocking and making you guys money. I love doing this with you, Jimmy. Wine Time chat. Everybody out there, Kong, Pipe Layer, Super True Story. Dave, good to see you in there, man. Thank you guys, and let's get paid today.
Let's go.
There he is, Daby Cab in action here. We move over to NBA. Let me get everything set up for us to move over to NBA and Wine Time. I know that you've put pressure on yourself here after a tough start to the year, but don't worry. It's just this is a marathon, and when as a site, we don't sell anything. We put our record up for everything that we do. And at times that can be a big confidence builder, and at times it can be really tough to see. And I know that you're in a tough spot right now, but we truly, truly believe in you, and we're going to climb out of this. So let's get to work. We start at 7 p.m. Eastern with the Indiana Pacers, 4-4, 2-3 on the road at the Charlotte Hornets, 3-5, 2-3 at home. We're at the Spectrum Center in Charlotte, North Carolina for Pacers Hornets. This also falls with the Stacks play of the day, and it is Halliburton double-double at plus 130 for our guy, Justin McKelvey. Stacks is Halliburton. That is the play of the day for our guy, Justin McKelvey.
Stacks, 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 stacks.
So let's get this one set up here. These Pacers have won 2 straight. It was an impressive win at Dallas. Came on the heels of an ugly performance at the Pelicans. Then they go at home and they take care of Orlando, 118-111. The Hornets were playing pretty ugly basketball and then win 108-107. Both teams played on Wednesday night. These Hornets right now are, move over here, obviously dealing with injury issues for these guys. Sorry, my shit is not working. Here we go. Okay, there we go. Let's get into the Okay, there we go. So injury issues here for the Hornets, and it's wild. So, I mean, there's a lot of guys we know that are out. Bridges, Richards, and Williams. The game time decision is Brandon Miller, and he's listed as probable to play. So he missed 4 games earlier. He is going to be in the lineup. Brandon Miller, of course, a very important piece to this puzzle for Charlotte. And then Grant Williams. Grant Williams, also a game time decision right now. Let's get the last information on him. He is probable. So at least we know that Grant Williams will be in, as will their star shooting guard in Miller. For these Pacers, Naismith is out. McConnell is a game time decision. So is Nembhard. So let's get the latest information on these two as to whether they will be in the lineup. TJ McConnell listed as questionable. So he's sick. That's all. It's non-COVID. So Mathurin will have a bigger run as well, and we'll move down to the 2. Nembhard is probable. So Nembhard will be in there. So he's been dealing with the sore knee, and we're going to expect Nembhard basically with that sore knee to be a questionable throughout this season. We have it with Indiana right now -6.5 and -112. -6.5, -112. They opened up at 6.5 -104. So we have an 8 cents of movement towards the Pacers. On the cash flow here, we have just 16% of the tickets and 16% of the cash on the Pacers. Interesting. 81% of the tickets, 84% of cash is on the over. And from that perspective, we have this at 235.5 juice to the over. This opened up at 233.5 and it's climbed 2 points, and it looks like it's continuing to climb juice to the over. Take it away, Wine Time. Our first game on the board, Pacers Hornets.
Yeah, interesting matchup here. Not a game I have any action in so far, but just taking a look at it, man. I kind of want to maybe get involved. Shout out to my guy Kong Scripps in there. His rebounds at over 9.5. Actually looks good to me, honestly. I mean, this Charlotte team, they're big today. Is Grant Williams and Taj Gibson. Turner might have a big rebound night tonight. I mean, he's averaging 7.1 rebounds a game, but yeah, his props at 9.5. This might be something I move on before the show ends today. Other than that, I got nothing in this game, honestly. Hornets, a public dog. 84% of the cash, 84% of the money on them right here, being a +7 at home. Man, it's a tough game here, man. I definitely I'm looking at this Miles Turner over 9.5 rebounds, but that's pretty much it in this spot.
It's fishy, a very, very fishy. I don't want that home dog under any circumstances. No. But are we going to expect the Pacers to win by margin? We just watched them go up against a disheveled Magic team and win by 7. Are they going to do that here in Charlotte? It's not appealing, but this is certainly Pacers are past. Did you have any interest in the over in this one?
We see it open at 233.5, and it's gone to. Definitely lean towards the over in this spot. Honestly, two teams that aren't going to play any defense. We know LaMelo is not going to play any defense, and we know he's going to have a night. Brandon Miller, this guy can put the ball in the bucket. When he plays and he gets his minutes, this guy's a good basketball player. He can get it in. Indiana, they've got some pretty good scores over there in Halliburton, Siakam, and Miles Turner. They've got a good, some decent scores on the bench as well. Definitely lean towards the over in this spot, honestly. Wish I would have gotten maybe a little bit earlier, but even at 236.5, is this the highest total on the board, Jim? It is. It's the highest total on the board. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I might move on. I might have 2 plays in this game, honestly. I might move on this over right now at 236. Because, this is the highest total on the board here on a Friday night, man. I just have these weird things about Friday night in the NBA, man, and I think this is a spot where if it is the highest total, 2 teams that aren't going to play any defense that can score, how does this not hit over 235.5, I guess? 236 now. Yeah, lean towards the over for sure.
Okay, well, you have time to figure this out. We have 13 games on the card. So one time leaning over, and we have Kong's clips on Miles Turner props over on Miles Turner props for our guy Kong, and Justin McKelvey on Halliburton double-double at plus 130. Let's roll on. The next spot on the board is appealing to me. Atlanta Hawks at the Detroit Pistons. Atlanta just took out the Knicks at home on Wednesday night, 121-116. And now they have to go to Detroit, which is a tough spot to get up for. I think that they are vulnerable here. They're dealing with a ton of injuries, of course. Hunter, Krejci, Bogdanovich all out, but Trae Young, Dyson Daniels, Riza Shea, Jalen Johnson, Clint Capella. Over for the Pistons, Jalen Duren is a game time decision. Important, and he's now doubtful, not at the shoot around. Okay, so doubtful, not at the shoot around. So no Jalen Duren. So Cunningham, Ivy, Hardaway, Harris, and Isaiah Stewart at the 5. They're coming off that 108-107 loss at Charlotte. The last time they were at home, they faced the Lakers. Now they got up for that game. Will they get up for this one is the question, because the home game prior to that was that horrific loss, 128-98 to the aforementioned New York Knicks. Let's take a look at this line history. This totals at 227.5. It opened up at 226. We've gone up 1.5 points. And then on the spread here, we have Atlanta right now at +1. +1. So they've gone from dog to favorite. I think it's a better way looking at this on the money line here. On the money line, Atlanta's +104 and opened up at -107. This is just a classic Friday night letdown spot where you look at the line and you're like, this is nuts. You're not giving me 4 or 5 points to back the Pistons. But the market is opening up their arms to anybody who wants to bet the Hawks. On the total, 85% of tickets, 85% of cash on the over. On the money line, 50% of tickets, 68% of cash on the Hawks. And on the spread, 60% of tickets and 57% of cash on the Hawks. Very few people, it looks like, are falling for this spot on the Hawks. I thought this would be a very public spot, and it doesn't seem to be. Justin McKelvey says, fade my Hawks off a win. Pistons -115. Dougie White says, Duren is a huge loss. Take it away. More stats. Sorry, I've got stats I have not been reading. The Hawks are third in pace, 103.22 possessions a game. Speaking of the first game where you're looking at the over, Indiana Pacers pace just 14th in the league, much slower than what we've seen from them last year, 100.28 possessions a game. And we saw them last year running up to 105 and 106. And Charlotte 19th in pace at 99.38. So, of course, Indiana shooting 50.4% from the field and 36.7% from three. I mean, their team work, and that's why their scores are always elevated. Charlotte just 44.1% from the field, but they're hitting their threes at 36.6%. For the Hawks, both of these teams are shooting poorly from three. The Hawks 34.7, Detroit really weak at 33.4, and of course Atlanta third fastest, Detroit the third slowest. So the question is, who will be dictating pace? Usually you believe that will be the road team, but often it's just the better team. So that's a big part in the total here that hasn't moved that much. Take it away for us, Wine Time. Hawks Pistons.
Yeah, funny enough, Jim, every time we've come on here talking ball, we talk about the Detroit Pistons, and I've tried to back them in some kind of way. And, I failed. I'm 0-2 both times backing them here on the last couple of Friday nights, thinking that it's the kind of the sharper side of the game. And, it just ends up not being, in this spot, though, man, I'm on a player prop in this one, man. I'm finding myself a lot more successful in NBA this season betting player props. I've been giving player props out a lot more on my X. I'm on Trae Young. I'm on him I'm on him over 25.5, -105 right now points. I think he's going to get off tonight. I don't think there's going to have too much for him, honestly. Hawks are down a couple guys right now. I expect him to score. I expect him to shoot and get to the free throw line at will here. He really needs to get to the free throw line here. And I think he's going to be able to get over that point prop easily. He has the highest point prop total right now for the game. I think he's going to be able to score at will here. So give me Trae Young over 25.5 points, -105. I already moved on that this morning. I like it.
Yeah, I can understand Trae getting his. This is such a fishy line. I think it's telling us that the Pistons are live here. I find the Pistons.
Me too. I've just been so disappointed by them. In the couple games I've backed them because they've looked good in spots. And it just these Fridays, man, it just seems like I just haven't been able to get a good read on these guys. That first week we talked about, I was on them first half. They were winning in the first half. Second quarter collapse for them. I've seen them do it too often. They've got some older guys in this lineup that I was a little bit, I was like Tim Hardaway Jr., Tobias Harris, some good vets for them. Tobias Harris isn't playing that good a ball right now, for being completely honest. I mean, what's he giving us right now? 13 point, shooting 16% from three. God damn, man. I mean, Tim Hardaway Jr. shooting up nearly 50% from three. All of his shots are coming from three. But yeah, I'm going to stay away from the side in this one. I'm just going to stick with the Trae Young. But I do agree that this is a fishy line. I would think that Atlanta should be like a -4.5 here, even being on the road in this spot. I definitely do think it's fishy.
I find the Pistons quite appealing here. I expect to get to the window here in this one. Big Pat Jack saying, I bet the Hawks are overlooking them. Yeah. And then we've seen the Pistons, play better at home. And, again, I don't want to put that Lakers game too much in my head, because, of course, they're going to get up for the Lakers. Or are they going to get up for the Hawks? So that's a decision we need to make. Let's roll into our next spot on the board, 7 p.m. Eastern, with the New Orleans Pelicans 3-6, 1-3 on the road at the Orlando Magic, 3-6, 2-0 at home. We're at the Kia Center in Orlando, Florida. The question mark, of course, is, will Zion be in the lineup tonight? We know that there's no CJ, no Troy Murphy, no DeJounte Murray. So you have Alvarado, Grant Theft at point guard. You have Boston and shooting guard, Ingram at small forward, Missy at center. And then will Zion be in the lineup? He did return on Wednesday, but he is again listed as questionable. We know that Banchero and Carter are out for the Magic, so no surprises there. Suggs, Caldwell, Pope, De Silva, Wagner, and Bedadzi are the 1 through 5 in Orlando. Orlando coming off now, just losing and losing and losing. Everything's fallen apart since no Banchero, but now they come back home here. That was a rough road trip, losing at Chicago, at Cleveland, at Dallas, at OKC, losing to Dallas and OKC by margin, losing by 7 to Indiana. And the Pelicans have lost 3 straight at home, so now they get out onto the road. They're coming off losing. Both teams played on Wednesday. They're coming off losing 131-122 at home to Cleveland. So let's take a look at the line history here, wondering whether or not, Orlando can step up. Now, they're the favorite, obviously, here against the beaten down Pelican squad. 6 is a lot of points for Orlando. They opened up -4.5. They're now -6, a 1.5 move towards them. Kind of spot you'd love to be under a 5 in. This total is 211.5. Open up at 213.5, so we've dropped 2 points towards the under. And then when we get to the cash flow here, we have 78% of the tickets and 79% of the cash on Orlando, 87% of tickets and 88% of cash on the over, and it's dropped. Take it away here for us, a wine time. Pelicanos Magic.
Man, Jim, this is one of the games I wish I would have moved on. Like I texted you last night, I was like, man, I'm on this. I want this under 215 here, man. It's dropped all the way down to a 212.5. I thought 211.5, man. This has dropped, and I'm beating myself up that I didn't take anything last night. I thought I just wanted to wait and see what the market said this morning, and I waited too long simply, so I can't get involved in this spot. Still look towards the under in this spot, honestly. We're seeing this low total for a reason. The Pelicans are just down so many bodies right now, man. This is going to be a team that we're going to be betting on later in the season once these guys get healthy and they're able to, if they are able to get healthy and find their chemistry. This is going to be a bet on team in the second half of the season. Right now, man, you can't bet the Pelicans, man. They're a 6.5 road dog with Banchero out. Like, this is crazy. Like, what would this line be if Banchero? Yeah, like, what would this line be if Banchero was in? Like, this is just wild to me. Is this a smash spot for Orlando Magic? I'm thinking, yeah. I'm thinking, how is New Orleans even going to be able to score 90 points in this game? Zion and Ingram are going to probably be able to get theirs, but are they going to be able to score 30, 40 points each? I don't know, man. I don't like what I'm seeing from this Pelicans team at all this season. Looking at their their starting 5 is miserable, man. And if Zion should be playing, I'm going to count on him playing. He's probable. Man, this is wild, Jim. Is this just an Orlando Magic smash spot, or?
I think so, but I also think that we should wait until Zion is announced in, because I don't have him as probable. I have him as questionable, but you have him as probable?
I have him on Action Network right now. It says under injuries. It does have him probable as of 4. Let me see right now. No, that was as of no. That I'm sorry. That's not updated. Ignore me. I didn't. That's not updated. That says November 6th. I don't know why mine's not updating right now on Action.
No worries. I don't know
Apologies.
if he plays, honestly, but I mean, he had the 2 days off here. He put up 29 and 8, so it's not. So why wouldn't he play? I mean,
Yeah, this line scream. I mean, it all makes sense now. I was kind of curious. I was like, if Zion and Ingram are playing, how is the Magic -6.5? But seeing that he is questionable and he's probably, if he doesn't play in this one, man, this is an Orlando Magic smash spot, Jim. Yeah, I say we wait, but
I think we have to wait though. Yeah, we have to wait because if he's announced in, can we get back to 5?
And if so, then I'll be on the Orlando Magic still at 5. I would love that at minus. If I can get Zion in it at -5, what is Zion going to get us? 25 points. Ingram going to get us 25 points. Is Jose Alvarado going to drop 20 or 30 points in this matchup? Jordan Hawkins, I don't know if any of these guys are going to be able to get off Boston. I'm not a fan of this Pelicans team by any means right now.
Oh, I hear that. Absolutely hear that. That's my plan. Why would Zion not be announced in? I mean, he went for 29 and 8. Textile says he became probable, then went back to questionable. If he's not announced in, I guess we let it go because if he's announced out, it'll move to 7.5 or something ridiculous here. So that's the plan. So wait on Zion. He's announced in. Bet the Magic. So that will be the plan. So we're going to have to wait. This game pops off in 5 hours. Let's move on to the next spot on the board. 7:30 p.m. Eastern with the Brooklyn Nets 4-4, 1-2 on the road. The Boston Celtics 7-2, 2-1 at home. We're at TD Garden in Boston, Massachusetts. We have Brooklyn playing at the 22nd fastest pace in the NBA, 98.16 possessions a game. They're shooting 47.1 from the field and 35.8 from 3. Boston's three-point shooting is always strong, 37.1 right now. By the way, and I apologize for not reading out the stats on my worksheet, but Orlando's three-point shooting has been an abomination. 30.3%. It's the worst in the league by quite a bit. And coming back home, I think, is the tonic. I just expect Zion to be in, and I expect to get a better line. And maybe I should just move on it now.
I honestly think we should move. Probably, I might move on it now with you as well. Yeah, you know what? Write me in. I'll move on it right now with you. -6.5.
Okay, I mean, you can't get a 6 right now on that one.
Let me see. Let me check. I have 2 books that I use. Let me see if I can.
Oh yeah, 6.5 here. Okay, and I'll line shop for you as well. So wine time. Moving on the Magic. I'll make this decision here in a little bit. The reason why I'm hesitating is because why would Zion not be in? He played a full game. Are they just? And it's not like this is a back-to-back. And
my book's giving me a 6 at -110 right now.
6 at -110 here. Oh God, let me make a quick move here. By the way, Bo Jackson, Jaylen Brown out with the left hip flexor. Luke Cornett, right hamstring tightness, doubtful. And Kristaps Porzingis is, of course, out, for a while. Thank you, Bo. That's helpful. Mel is going to be right back on Carolina -1 tomorrow night. I can't wait for that tomorrow night card. It's a beauty. I don't understand, though, why Zion would be out. Again, we have – let's just take a look at their schedule. They play tonight, and then they have 2 days off before the Brooklyn Nets at home. So do you keep them at home? I don't see why they would do that. Okay, so we're going to move Magic -6, -110 for wine time. Let's move on to the Brooklyn-Boston spot. Boston's pace is quite a bit slower. A few of these teams are quite a bit slower of late. Boston 18th pace at 99.84 possessions a game, 45.7% from the field and 37.1% from 3. Brooklyn pace 22nd in the league, 98.16 possessions a game, 47.1 from the field, as I said, 35.8 from 3. Let's get this line history set up, and we got the injury report in as well. So Brown out. We expect Cornett out for Brooklyn. Sharp out. Bogdanovich out. So from a line history standpoint, in this one, we'll get right into the total. It's a 221.5. It's slightly juiced to the over. This opened up at 227. 5.5 point drop, just a massive drop on the total. And then on the side, Boston -13. -107, opening up at 13.5, now -13. 13. Lex Steele in the house. Collins clip saying Derek White 5 or more threes, Tatum 5 or more threes, Horford 2 or more threes. Let's take a look at the cash flow for the Celtics spot. We have 10% of tickets and 12% of cash on the under. Can you believe that? 90% of tickets, 88% cash on the over, and this has dropped 5.5 points. I mean, just crazy. 86% of tickets and 85% cash on the Nets at plus 13. But this market is not moving anywhere. You know, with Jaylen Brown out, you know, everybody would think, God, how could the Celtics still be 13-point favorites? But nothing is changing here in this one. Nothing. So quickly take a quick look at the rest situation for these two squads. We saw them both. We saw the Celtics on Wednesday. We haven't seen Brooklyn since Monday, coming off that 106-104 win at home versus Memphis. So they've had a lot of time off. Celtics, an angry group off that home loss to the Warriors, and the Nets should feel the wrath. Take it away for us, Wine Time. Nets, Celtics.
Yeah, man, it's a tough matchup, man. Shout out to my guy Nasty Nate in the chat, man. His NBA champion Celtics right here, man. This is a tough match. This is tough, man. Them being a minus 13 against a scrappy Brooklyn Nets squad that I've been quietly backing this season. You look at Dennis Schroeder, what a year he's having so far. I mean, the guy's shooting 50% from three nearly. Cam Thomas is always can put the ball in the bucket. Cameron Johnson, always a good three-point shooter. I like this Brooklyn Nets team, man. I mean, I don't know how far they're going to go and how well they're going to be playing throughout the season. If this is going to be a team that's going to be, you know, a top 5 team in the East by any means, I don't think so. But they're a scrappy bunch, man, and I do like their team. I think this 13 points seems a little bit too much if you ask me, but I think this 13 points honestly might be here for a reason. We're seeing barely any of the bets coming in on the Celtics. Everything's hammering the Nets, but yet the Celtics are this big favorite without their best player in the world, you know, Jaylen Brown, you know, like this Celtics coming off a loss, you know, Celtics might beat these guys by 30 points. This game, they might be winning by 25 in the first half here. Nasty, somebody take us away. Hey, I'm helping you out here with the Celtics, man. I think the Celtics are going to smash it according to the market. That's what's going to keep me off this game ultimately. I'm going to stay away from this one because I think Celtics could easily win this game by 30 points, or the Nets could easily be within a couple possessions of this game. You know what I mean? Because they've been playing scrappy this year. We know Shooter's a scrappy player. We know Cam Thomas is a scrappy player. We know Cam Johnson can hit the three ball. Outside of that, I mean, we're looking at Nixon, Dorian Finney-Smith, a guy that can hit the three and play some good defense. But I think the market's telling us everything here, guys. Celtics win this game by 30 points. I'm going to stay away from it, though.
It certainly is telling us that.
Yeah.
Celtic first quarter minus 4.5.
Yeah, like this game's probably they're going to be up by 25 in the first half, and I'm going to be beating myself up for not taking this team. But I don't like laying 13.5 with anybody, and with those, I just, especially against the Nets, I don't know. They're scrappy this year, but like I said, maybe they're getting a little bit over too hyped. I mean, they haven't had a super tough schedule, and I don't know if you can counter Dennis Schroeder hitting 50% from three all season long. I mean, he's a good player. Don't get me wrong. But I don't know if he's a 50% three-point shooter.
Wow. This is just a crazy number. It's just opening up their arms to anybody who wants to bet.
The more I'm talking about it, that's why I didn't want to. I wanted to talk about these games with you and move on them, because when we talk about it and I hear stuff in the chat and we look at the market, we break down a couple other things. It makes me, I don't know, it's just something different about it. And now I'm starting to really think maybe I should be on the Boston Celtics in this spot, or at least at some point in this game. First quarter, first half, a full game. I don't know. Maybe all three. Maybe this is Celtics trifecta.
Wow. I mean, I've not bet a first quarter over minus 2.5 ever. And I don't know if I want to get started here, but clearly everybody's going to look at this number and go, with Jaylen Brown out, this is nuts. And they were doing it. You're getting 4 out of 5 tickets, 4.5 out of 5 tickets right now on Brooklyn. It makes Boston very appealing here, but those 13s, I just hate sweating them out here. I do think this is the spot. It's a smash and grab after losing. God.
Yeah, especially coming off a loss, man. And Celtics, I mean, we see what they do off a loss.
They just smash. Yeah. Okay, I think I get there. I'm not going to bet this right away. I kind of want to see what happens with this market. But I think I get there on the 13 with the Celtics, which is a very difficult thing to do. Part of me wants to take the 7.5 first half, but why why make it like clearly the information we're getting from the Action Network is everybody's on Brooklyn, and why wouldn't they be at this number? So that I got to focus on just that and take the full game and trust the full game here. So work needs to be done on this one, but I think the Celtics will end up on my card. Let's move on to a monster game. Cleveland Cavaliers undefeated, 9-0, 4-0 at home against the Golden State Warriors, 7-1, 5-0 on the road, and they just beat the Boston Celtics. They've won their first 3 games of this road trip, started at Houston, winning in overtime, beat up on Washington by 13, and then beating the Boston Celtics 118-112. Looking very strong. We've already heard from my dude. His best bet, Curry over 3.5 threes at -148. Curry over 25 points at -120. And it's a tricky spot here for the Warriors because they have Oklahoma City next. And Oklahoma City on Sunday night. I mean, I'm concerned that they don't. I mean, how do you not care? You got to care when you go up against an undefeated basketball team. But this is a gauntlet that they have right now, a real gauntlet with Boston, Cleveland, and then OKC. You're playing every second night. They're in playoff mode. The Cavaliers come off a win at the Pelicans in sort of a tricky spot, knowing that the Warriors were coming to town. It's going to be sold out. It's going to be extremely exciting. The Warriors shot 41.2 from 3, 46.2 from the field. They're just rolling right now. Let's get into the line history. Love to hear from the chat, of course, as well as to how you guys are moving on this one. Dougie Wise says Cavs spot. Does feel that way. You beat the defending champions. Now you go play Cleveland, except that they're 9-0. This is sitting right now at Pinnacle at -4. So we've had a 0.5 point move towards the Warriors. Warriors opened up at 4.5. And it got to 5. This was at 5 this morning. Now we're down to a 4. So we have a 0.5 point move towards the Warriors. And on the total here, we have a 231. It's juiced to the under, 231. This opened up at 229, though. It's climbed 2 points. And then when we get to the cash flow, we've talked about the injuries here already. Green is a game time decision. So is Podziemski. Here, but it's pretty simple for the Cavs. They're a healthy group. It's just Struch that's out. Let's see if these guys are. So they're sick. So Podziemski is sick. He's questionable, and then he missed the last game against the Celtics, so he's probably better now. And then we have a knee injury of some kind that Draymond Green suffered against the Celtics. So he's in danger of missing this one, but I don't think this line would move to 4 if he was not going to be in the lineup. Torrey Coker on the Warriors +4.5. Let's take a look at the cash flow and see if it helps lead us in the direction. Just 25% of the tickets and 25% of the cash on Golden State. Wow, that's absolutely wild. So a 0.5 point move towards the Warriors with very few tickets and cash on them. And then when we get to the total, 81% of tickets, 75% cash on the over. It's climbed a little bit. Take it away for us. This is an exciting one. Oh, by the way, the Warriors are 15th in pace, 100.13 points per game. They're shooting the ball very well, 47.5% from the field and 39.3 from 3. But nobody's shooting the ball like these Cleveland Cavaliers. 52.6 from the field, 42.1% from 3, and a very similar pace, 100.67 possessions a game. Torrey Coker like in the under 231. Take it away, wine time. Warriors, Cavaliers.
Yeah, Jim, I really like this Cleveland Cavaliers team this year, man. They're playing some good ball out there. I mean, they've got a really good starting 5 out there. You look at Golden State on the other side, coming into this game, 7-1. I mean, very impressive, coming off beating the NBA champions, you know what I mean? Big game. And you mentioned the gauntlet that they have, and then play OKC after this. Seth Curry playing some good ball, but also Andrew Wiggins shooting the ball very well. You got Moody in there playing well. You got Jackson in there playing well. Cleveland on the other side, I mean, they're starting 5, man. Mitchell, Allen, Garland, Mobley. I mean, those guys right there. And then you got Wade down there as well. Those guys can all score the bucket, man. I mean, they're all averaging over 15 points a game this year. They're playing really well, man. I want to take the Cavs. The market has me a little thrown off in this one, though, for sure, because I want the Cavs at a -4. I don't know if I'm going to end up getting there. I might end up tweeting it out later, but I just think that I think they're on another level than this Warriors team. Honestly, I know the Warriors are playing some really good ball, but coming off a big win against Boston and playing OKC next, I think this might be a little bit of a letdown spot. Just the market has me off of this one, but sometimes you just got to not listen to the market and kind of listen to your cap in this one. And I think this might be that kind of spot for me with Cleveland. I would like to see them move up as the day goes on, but I mean, if the line moves towards Golden State, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get there, but I'm off this game right now, but I really want to move on the Cavs in this spot because I think that they can beat these guys, and if they can beat them, they can beat them by 4 more, and they'll be 10-0, which would be a crazy start for the Cleveland Cavaliers. But they got a good team, man, over there. Watch out for them this season. As of right now, I'm going to stay off this game.
I mean, you have to fade the Warriors after beating the Celtics before playing the Thunder, don't you?
Yeah, I mean that's the only thing I could that going into this. That's what I thought. I was like, if I get a -4 with Cleveland, and it's pretty much a 4.5 at all spots right now. I think they're the better team, and if they're gonna win, I think they're gonna win by 4 or more. They got some good scorers over there that can put the ball in the bucket, as I already mentioned. I definitely think it's a Cleveland spot, and sometimes in the NBA, man, I gotta not look at the market so much on certain days. It's just certain days of the week, man. I have these superstitions about certain stuff, and Friday is just that kind of day for me in the NBA, and I think sometimes the public wins a little bit more on Friday nights.
I am surprised at this that Cleveland is the public side a little bit, and the line
Me
moving
too.
towards
That's my only worrisome going into this. I expected it to be more of like a 60-40 split, 55-45 split, but 75-25. No one really backing the Warriors, and everyone's kind of talking about them right now. Curry saying, we haven't really done anything yet. It's just first 8 games of the season. We're 7-1, but it doesn't mean anything yet. It means that we're doing well, but it's a marathon, not a sprint. And I definitely think this is a Cleveland Cavaliers. But I just think this team's clicking on all cylinders right now, man. They've got the team to do it. So,
all right, I'm going to need to sit with this longer. I would like to back the Cavs. Again, my dude has moved on Steph Curry over 3.5 threes at -146. Let's roll on. We have Ron Crawford, NBA play of the day on the Milwaukee Bucks, +7.5. Bucks 2-6, 1-4 on the road. Snapped their 6-game losing streak last night at the New York Knicks, who are just 3-4 and 1-1 at home. We're at Madison Square Garden in New York, New York. The Knicks have the slowest pace in the league right now, 95.86 possessions a game, shooting 48.4% from the field and 42.5% from 3. Despite that strong shooting, especially from 3, just 3-4, 1-1 at home. So not playing very well. We have, of course, Achua and Robinson out, paying game time decision, but not that big of a deal. And then we have Middleton out, but Gary Trent Jr. and Giannis Antetokounmpo questionable. We have Trent with the back spasms. I'm just happy he's not in the Raptors uniform, honestly. And then we have Antetokounmpo here, who's probable. So I guess we're good. He's going to play in the second of a back-to-back set. It's important that he shows that he can do this. So it's important for the team. And Mally Mal saying Giannis is going to play. Justin McKelvey on Brunson over 28.5 points. Let's set this one up from a line history standpoint and talk about, well, of course, we know what the Bucks have just done, but we need to talk about what the Knicks have been up to lately. So let's get this all set up and up here in the line history as well. So the New York Knicks, who are underachieving, which we expected with the change in roster, they've lost back-to-back games, but they're coming home here, which is a big deal. They're coming home and they're, expecting to smash and grab. The last time they were at home, they lost 110-104 to Cleveland, but we're talking 11 days ago at this point. They played on Wednesday. They have the rest advantage. Now there's a short flight Atlanta to New York. We have the Bucks coming in off, beating up on the Utah Jazz, but we know who the Bucks really are. Mally Mal says Giannis going to have a big game tonight. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have this total at 223.5. It's juiced to the over. It opened up at 225.5 and it climbed once it opened. It got up to 226 before this big drop down to 223.5. And when we get to the spread here in this one, we have the Knicks -6.5 at minus 108. So this opened up at 7. We have a half-point move towards the Bucks. This did get up to 7.5 though, for a little bit, about an hour and a half before the show started. And when we get to the cash flow for this Knicks spot, this is a fun one. 94% of the tickets, 94% of the cash on the Bucks. Wow. 91% of tickets, 94% of the cash on the over. You know, I don't see why the Knicks don't smash and grab.
Smash.
Yeah. I can
20-point
understand
victory.
I can understand looking at the spread and being like, this is too many points for a Bucks team. And now we have to ask ourselves, do you have the conviction to go up against a Ron Crawford play of the day? And so let's hear what Wine Time has to say. Take it away. Bucks, Knicks.
I mean, I think the market and the line's telling us everything that we need to know here, Jim. I mean, this is Damian Lillard and Giannis Antetokounmpo going against an entire New York Knicks team, man. I mean, the Bucks coming off a win too, man. They were finally able to get one. What is that? Their second win of the season against a bad Utah Jazz team, a team that I don't think has a win yet this season. I'm not sure on that. Don't quote me on that one. But we see Gary Trent questionable for this one, for the Bucks in this one. Their starting lineup, man, pretty ugly. I mean, Brook Lopez, still a guy that can hit the 3 ball at times. You know what I mean? When he's hot, he's hot. You know, but look at the Knicks, man. I mean, the starting 5, very impressive. You know, Jalen Brunson, Josh Hart in the backcourt. You know, Jalen Bridges, OG, and then Karl Anthony Towns. Like, it's a talented starting 5 we have here for the Knicks. They're very well coached, man. They're still trying to put it together. I mean, this is a brand new team. I mean, look, it's a brand new team, you know, and I think they're going to start putting it together. And I think it's going to start here. I think they're going to make an example out of the Bucks here, especially the Knicks coming off back-to-back losses, losing to the Hawks, Trae Young talking all that smack post-game. You know what I mean? Knicks are going to come out here and win this game by 10, 15 points, maybe even by 20 points. And Damian Lillard and Giannis aren't going to be playing in the fourth quarter because the game's going to be that out of hand. I'm going to move on it right now at a -7. Give me the Knicks -7, -110. I'm on it, man. This is a smash spot, absolute smash spot.
Knicks -7 at -110. I find that very appealing here. I am going to sit with it for a little bit, but just because I need to have real conviction to go up against Ron Crawford, and I know that you have that. So I'm very interested in joining Torrey Coker also on the Knicks -7 as well. So let's roll on here. That is Bucks, Knicks. Wine Time moving on the Knicks. 7:30 p.m. Eastern. We have the Phoenix Suns 7-1 start to the season. 2-1 on the road at the Dallas Mavericks. 5-3, 4-2 at home. We're at American Airlines Center in Dallas, Texas. Another spot where both teams playing at a very similar pace. The difference is Phoenix shooting the ball quite a bit better from 3, 38.3% on the season for the Suns, just 35.5% for Dallas. And then we have the 47.5% from the field for Phoenix and Dallas at 46.1%. Let's set this one up. This is a beauty basketball game, man. This might be the game. I know we're talking about Warriors, Cavs, but wow. The Suns are just winning and winning and winning. They won their last 3 at home. You know, it struggled against 2 weak. They're barely getting through all these teams. I mean, all these games are like 1-possession games with 40 seconds left. They beat Portland by 6. They beat Philly by 2. They beat the Heat by 3. And the Mavericks now have played 4 straight games at home and haven't looked very good. They lost to Houston in that first game of the homestand. They lost to the Pacers in the third game of the homestand. And now here they are. At this point, this is what number on their homestand? This is the final game of their homestand, which isn't a spot I really like. You know, honestly, I don't love the final game of a homestand. Now that fourth game of a 5-game homestand is money. And look, they beat Chicago by 20. But, you know, they know they're leaving tomorrow. They leave it's a 3-game trip, Denver, Golden State, Utah. So I don't love the spot here for either team. Let's get into the line history. Again, Beal is probable. We have Dallas -2.5 at -102. They opened -3, now -2.5. And then on the total, we have 232.5 juice to the under. This opened up at 229, so we've climbed 3.5 points. And then when we get to the cash flow, we have just blew past it. We have 87% of the tickets and 87% of the cash on the Suns. Wow. 84% of tickets, 85% cash on the over. Take it away for us here. Wine time, Suns, Mavericks.
Yeah, Jim, I think this is a game that the Mavericks are going to definitely get up for. I'm on the Dallas Mavericks -2.5 in this spot here, and I love that the market is agreeing with me. I hope it agrees with me the rest of the day. Hope a lot of people don't start jumping on the Mavericks. I mean, you already mentioned the Suns are barely getting by on some of these games here, man. I like that they brought in Tyus Jones. Man, he's a good distributor of the ball. They finally have a good point guard over there, I feel like. But Dallas, man, these guys are going to play hard, especially playing at home. You said they've kind of been struggling at home recently, on this stand. I think this is a game where they're going to get up for, though, man. Luka and Kyrie love these kind of games, especially Luka. He likes going up against the best competition, and he's going to go out there firing, man. I'm not even – what's his total point prop? 31.5? He's probably going to go over that too, man. I'm on the Mavericks -2.5 here. I think they're going to take care of business. I think this is a pretty good matchup for them, honestly. And the market just agrees. 13% of bets, 13% of money. The line's not going down here in any way. Give me the Mavericks -2.5 here. I think they're going to take care of business. Luka's going to have a game. I think Clay's going to hit some wide open threes that – sometimes we see him miss these wide open threes, but I think this is going to be one of those games, man, where he's hitting early and he's hitting often. So maybe even look at Clay 3-point props, but I'm on the Mavericks -2.5, plain and simple in this one, -110.
Kong on Luka 35 or more.
I can see it. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, I don't feel comfortable here. I never want to back a team at the last game of a long homestand. Now maybe they're going to be ready to go because Phoenix is coming to town and bad blood there. But I'm not. I'm going to stay off of this one. Let's move on. You know me. I'm a bum fight guy, and the Wizards are up next. 8 p.m. Eastern. Washington Wizards 2-4, 1-0, undefeated on the road. My guy Vincent Sigger's in the house. Don't forget, guys, we need best bets for Chang Kim. We'll do that right at the end of this NBA section here. Wizards, Memphis Grizzlies. Grizzlies 5-4, 3-2 at home. FedEx Forum, Memphis, Tennessee. Now, when Ja was at his peak, Friday night basketball, Memphis was off the hook. He'd go for 40, and everybody would laugh and play with their guns and go home happily ever after. I don't know if that continues, but that was a huge part of Ja. The Friday night parties at FedEx Forum, they would just go off. Will that work here? Mally Malcott, Memphis at -4.5. These two teams are playing at a very fast pace. Washington second in the league, 104.42 possessions a game, 44.2% from the field, though, and 31.8% from three. That's horrific shooting. Only Orlando shooting worse. We have Memphis fifth fastest, 102.22 possessions a game, 49% from the field, and 36.1% from three. I was immediately interested in Washington in this spot, but then I started again. I have a vividness bias of Memphis delivering on Friday nights. Wizards have lost 2 straight. They were at home. They're a rested group. Grizzlies beat the Lakers badly just on Wednesday. They beat them badly. And Mally Mouse is going to run them out the gym. Of course, that would be, the expectation. And you caught him at a great number. I mean, you just crushed that, Mally Mal, getting the 4.5. We're at 7.5 now. So this line's moving very briskly towards Memphis. It just moved to 7.5, actually about an hour and a half ago. Look, I want Wizards first quarter. I've wanted it, since yesterday. And I was like, well, obviously I got to wait. And, I waited for the 3 with the Bulls yesterday. I was like, you just got to wait here. Again, this total at 231, up from 227.5. So a big move to the over. Let's see what the cash flow has to say about the spot. I think that will make it more appealing. And there's way more action on the Wizards than I expected. 41% of the tickets, 41% of the cash. Maybe that's going to take me off. 78% of tickets, 78% cash on the over. I did not think this would be a spot that a lot of people would be moving here on the Wizards. Yeah, Mally Mama, man, I love these first quarter dog spots. They've been very good to me. They were great to me again last night. So take it away here for us. Let's just do a quick look at the latest injury report for both squads. We have, of course, Sadiq Bey and Kyle Kuzma and Brogdon out for the Wizards, but Bagley is the question mark. Bagley is sick right now, so non-COVID illness. He should be better by now. I mean, he missed Monday's game. And then, of course, Memphis is just battered and beaten. Ja is out with right hip soreness. So he left in the third quarter of the Lakers game. So you have the first game without your star player, which we know can be so successful. So we have Smart out, Ja out, Gigi Jackson out, Bane out. So you have Scottie Pippen, Jalen Wells, Santi Aldama, Jaren Jackson, and Zach Edey. So I guess I'm starting to change, with the plan.
Wow.
With this huge move towards Memphis and not having their stars in the lineup, I always back a team in their first game without their star. Mark, I guess that's why there's 41% of the tickets. People are thinking, oh, look at this opportunity here. Wow, wild stuff. Take it away for us here, Wizards, Grizzlies, wine time.
Yeah, I definitely think the sharper money's coming in on Memphis just because I don't think this is a highly betted game. So I think the sharps are hammering this one right now. And if we're not too quick on it, this might get to a -8 before too long here. I think we got to move on it right now. Can you get me a -7 anywhere on the Memphis Grizzlies, Jim?
I believe I will be able to.
I'm seeing a 7.5 at -105. Can you give me a -115?
Oh, I'm assuming I will. We needed a reputable
now Scottie Pippen breakout game. Man, that guy can ball, man. He can put the ball in the bucket. I wonder what his point props. I'm going to check that out right now as well while we're talking about this because that guy can score, man. He can get to the free throw line, and he's pretty much 90% from the free throw line. So I'm not seeing actually any point props from him right now.
I can get you 7 at 114.
Yeah, give me that. I'm on it. Yeah, Memphis Grizzlies here. I kind of want to get on Jordan Poole here over 22.5. I don't know. I might shy away from this one because I'm not sure who's going to be able to guard him here on the Grizzlies. And I think, but if I'm going to back the Grizzlies, I don't want to back a player on the other team's player prop. So I'm going to stay off that, actually. I'm going to stay on the Memphis Grizzlies -7, -114. I'm going to lock it in right now. I might get a -115. But yeah, if I can get a -114 here, I'll take it all day long. Let's go.
This is clear, sharp action moving this number.
There's not a lot of people betting this game. The people that are the sharps. So
first game without their star.
I mean, you mentioned it, dude. Bane's out. Like, dude, who's it? Like, you look at the starting five, man. Like, how can they beat anyone in the NBA by 7+? Exactly, because they're going to. They're going to go out there and they're going to ball. Like, star players out, they're going to go out there and ball. They're feeling good, coming off beating the LA Lakers, at home in Memphis. This is a clear Grizzlies spot, man.
I don't like that they just beat the Lakers. The only thing I like is that Ja is out.
Well, I just mean it because pretty much like the other guys are probably feeling confident beating the Lakers. So other guys are going to step up in this position. Hopefully you like Scottie Pippen Jr. I mean, like I said, this guy can ball, man. If I can find a point prop on it, I'm going to tweet it out and I'm going to tag you because I might get it on. If I can get like a 15.5, I think that's all day long for Scottie Pippen in this one. I don't know who's going to guard him. Jordan Poole. I mean, he's going to get to the bucket every single time. And if not, he's going to get fouled and he's going to shoot his free throws. Like, there's no way he doesn't get 16+ in this one and they win by 7+. So I will most likely be on Scottie Pippen Jr. props.
Well, let's roll on. Next up for us, we have Houston Rockets at Oklahoma City Thunder. Hartenstein is out, but the starting five is ready to go for OKC. Shea, Cason Wallace, Dort, Williams, and Chet is the 1 through 5. So no issues there. We have Houston off of a really nice homestand. They lose to Golden State in overtime, but they beat up on the Knicks, destroy the Spurs. And then you have Thunder off of a loss. I mean, it seems like it's a perfect situation for a Thunder smash and grab here. But Mally Mal liking Houston. You have the Celtics off of a loss and the Thunder off of a loss. I mean, those are pretty appealing gambling situations. Let's take a look at the line history here for this one. Thunder -8.5 is really no vig. This opened up at 8.5 last night at 8:16 p.m. So we've had, a very slight move to the Rockets at this number. Let's go to the total for this one. From a total perspective, we have a 222. It's juiced to the under. This opened up at 218.5, so we've climbed 3.5 points here. And then when we get to the cash flow, we have just blew past it. We have 84% of the tickets and 85% of the cash on the Thunder, and this line's not moving. 89% of the tickets and 85% of the cash on the over, and we've seen that line move. Oklahoma City is the fourth fastest team pace, 103 possessions a game. Houston on the other side, 28 to 97.42 possessions a game. We have just 43.7% field goal shooting and 32.7% from three. Houston not shooting the ball well to start the year, and they're 5-3. And the same can be said about Oklahoma City, 7-1, 3-0 at home, just shooting 45.7% from the field and 35.4% from three. Take it away for us here, one time, Rockets, Thunder.
Yeah, man, this is another Friday night special where I want to get on the Rockets like we were a couple weeks ago. I think this is a clear-cut Rockets spot here at the +8.5. I think they have the guys that can compete against this OKC team despite being on the road. I think you put Dylan Brooks on SGA and you give him all you have on that defensive side of the ball and you force the other guys to kind of beat you. Don't get me wrong, SGA will probably still get off 20, 25 against Dylan Brooks, but if we can keep him below that 25-point mark, kind of force the other guys to beat us. Fred VanVleet, man, he's been getting to the bucket. I don't know if you guys have been watching, man, but he's been attacking the paint and he's been getting to the bucket kind of easy and he's been getting contact as well. I like what Fred VanVleet's been doing for this Houston Rockets team. I think he's a good point guard for them. Jalen Green, the guy's going to chug up threes all day long. We have to hope that he's going to make 35, 40% of them. And if he does, I think this Rockets team has every chance to stay in this game. Of 8.5 points, you got Sengun as well, another really good competitor out there. You have a good coach in Udoka over there in Houston. I think these guys can stay within 8 points easily. Give me the Houston Rockets +8.5 here. I love that the market's not moving right now, considering everyone is hammering OKC coming off a loss. You mentioned it, Jim. This is usually a spot where you want to back OKC. I think everyone else is seeing that right now, though, looking at that coming off a close loss to the Denver Nuggets. I think this is a Rocket spot. I think the Rockets could, quite frankly, get them outright in here. It's a little sprinkle on the money line in this one.
I get it from an X's and O's standpoint. OKC coming off of a loss, Rockets coming off beating the Spurs by 27 in a great homestand is just not appealing to me. But I don't want to be on this huge public side with the market not moving. So I'm going to be off of the spot. I get it from a market analysis standpoint as well. Let's move on. 9 p.m. Eastern, Portland Trailblazers 3-6, 2-3 on the road at the Minnesota Timberwolves, 5-3, 3-1 at home. We're at Target Center in Minneapolis. What a game last night from Minnesota. We cashed very comfortably the Bulls first quarter. The Bulls were in control until Minnesota puts up 45 in the fourth. I believe it was 45. Ant goes bananas. And now they play lowly Portland. Thibault is out. Minnesota is a healthy group. I feel like this is kind of a tricky spot, honestly. Let's take a look at the other side here. We know that Minnesota just toyed with the Bulls, toyed with them completely. And now they play their second game back-to-back. Portland lost badly at the Spurs, 118-105. They were playing some pretty good basketball before then, and then they kind of fell off. I just, Minnesota is feeling so good about themselves, that they just turned it on when they needed to, and they could overlook an opponent and still win. 69% of the tickets, 65% of the cash is on Minnesota. 87 and 87 is on the over. Honestly, I have some concerns about, whether or not Minnesota will care again early. And I'm interested in backing Portland in almost all facets here. This total is 220. It's -111 to the under. It opened up at 221.5. So we've dropped 1.5 on the point spread. We have a Minnesota -12.5 at -105. So this has gone a half point towards Minnesota. you know, I don't find. Let's just take a look at the cash flow. Maybe this is just be a stay. Oh, we did that 31 and 35 already. Let's then go over exactly what happened to Portland in that debacle last night, because they'd beaten the Pelicans, they played the Suns really close, and then they fall apart against the Spurs. Here they shoot 28.1% from three. I guess that is a big problem. They were outscored 35-24 to start that third quarter. They just didn't play well. And San Antonio shot the ball really well, 53.7 from the field and 41% from three. Then, Ayton had a good game. Simons, went 3 of 9 from three. Sharp went 1 of 4 from three. They shoot 9 of 32 from three. Ayton, Avdia, and Grant combined to go 3 of 9, and then Kamara 0 of 3. Mal and the Wolves to win by huge margin here. I just feel like they're feeling so good about themselves. Something just doesn't feel right about the Timberwolves here. Take it away for us, Wine Time. Blazers, Timberwolves.
Yeah, Jim, I honestly got nothing on this game. Looking at it right now, strictly just from a market standpoint, I guess I could lean towards the under because, we're seeing 13% of bets, 13% of money on the under, and we're seeing this total drop from a 221.5 all the way down to a 219.5 currently right now. I could only lean towards the under. I might get there, honestly, but I have this bias on Friday nights about unders now, man, and I feel like I'm finally starting to get them, try to not take them as much, and this might be a spot where I regret not taking. I'm going to stay away from it for right now, but I definitely lean towards the under in this spot.
I lean towards the Blazers. It was just like a laughing at the opposition, 45 points in the fourth quarter, just feeling so good about themselves. There's something just doesn't feel right here. They're going to come in here sharp off the hop, and Portland just played so bad. Honestly, I cashed the Bulls because I thought that first quarter, because I thought Minnesota would overlook Chicago. I think the same thing here about Portland. I think Minnesota overlooks Portland. We'll cut out the Mavericks game and the Denver game for Minnesota at home. The Charlotte game is probably the better, game to look at, because of course Minnesota is going to overlook Charlotte, and it was 24-24. You know what? I'm going right back to the well. I'm going to fade Minnesota in the first quarter. Blazers first quarter will definitely bet. I know some of the other spots that we talked about were possibilities, not here. The only question is, do I bet it right after the show? And I probably don't. I think this line will maybe continue to move towards Minnesota. Now, if it's just a 12 to 12.5 and 13, it may mean the first quarter doesn't move and only maybe just the VIG does. But Minnesota against bad basketball teams might be a first quarter fade throughout this season. They really seem to think they can just turn it on whenever they please, and maybe they can. We saw that they could last night. Blazers first quarter for me. Let's roll on. 9 p.m. Eastern. We have the Miami Heat 3-4, 2-1 on the road at the Denver Nuggets, 5-3, 3-2 at home at Ball Arena in Denver, Colorado. Let's talk about. Oh, by the way, Minnesota playing 23rd pace and Portland 20th pace. They're both in 98 possessions a game range, so I can understand why it's moving towards the under, even though Minnesota is shooting quite well, 48.7 from the field and 40.1 from three. So you guys have seen, I really thought long and hard on the offseason how I was going to handle NBA and how I was going to do it differently this year. Even though the season, it's been okay, but I want to be great. And I think that the NBA is really ripe to beat. I know it's very tricky and we have this healthy fear of it. So one thing that I've stopped doing is betting totals, unless it is the most heated situation, and I'm certain about defensive intensity. And if I'm not just going to follow a market kind of a situation here, because I truly believe that we are incapable of putting together an advanced model that will compete with the books in terms of totals. So why would I think that I can beat them unless I'm certain about defensive intensity? And that's why, as you see, my quantity of action has gone down, and I'm really trying to focus on situational sides, because if I think I have some sort of psychological edge being in this business for so long with the situational spots, then that can be my only advantage in basketball, and we'll see how that plays out here, because I do think that team total unders are a little different than full game totals. So I'm not going to be too afraid of moving on team totals in comparison to being afraid of moving on to full games. So they're just a little idea of how I'm handling things as we move forward. Let's roll with Heat Nuggets, next spot on the board here. The Nuggets sitting at -3 with no VIG. They opened up at -4. This has dropped down to 3 right now, which is where we stand. So we have this 1 point move towards the Miami Heat. Let's get into the total for this one. From a total standpoint, we have a 221 at a pick'em. This opened up at 219. We've climbed 2 points to 221. Let's get to the cash flow for this Heat spot. We have 15% of the tickets and 35% of the cash on the Heat. Denver is public, and this line's moving away from them. 81% of the tickets and 81% of the cash on the over. Also, we have Jamal Murray, a game time decision. I know he's taking a lot of heat right now. He's dealing with the concussion. He's missed 4 straight, or he's missed 3 straight. So this would be the 4th straight if he's unavailable here. We have Jaime Jaquez sick, questionable. He was at shoot around this morning, so hopefully he can give them something here. And then let's take a look at what we just saw. And I know that we just talked about what the Nuggets have just done, and it was, a big win. They beat OKC 124-122. It was a very underwhelming victory over the Raptors. An underwhelming victory at Brooklyn. They played pretty good against Minnesota. So it's becoming clear what Denver does. They overlook opponents and they step up against the best teams. And the Heat are a team that they have a rivalry with. I know it's a Western Conference versus Eastern Conference, but these teams have met in the biggest situation. So back-to-back losses for the Heat. They start off with a really tough 115-112 loss. To be honest with you, the only thing that's pushing me towards the Heat would be the market right now. Miami, though, shooting the ball really nicely from 3, but poorly from the field. 38.2 from 3, just 43.3% from the field. Second slowest pace in the NBA at 97.07 possessions a game, while Denver's 8th fastest, about 4.25 possessions a game faster. So here we go. I think we've set this all up. Take it away for us. Wine time, Heat Nuggets.
Yeah, man. Shout out to everyone out there, man. Let me just say, guys, NBA is a very, very tricky market sport in all of sports. It's probably one of the sports that you could probably follow the market in most of the time and be successful in, if we're being completely honest. It's not something you can beat the lines in, guys. Let's just get that clear right now. It's not something you can give out NBA plays the night before and expect to beat these lines, because you don't know where these lines are going to go and who's going to play and who's not going to play. And, I've learned that over the last couple of years, and I don't know why I didn't learn that I don't know why I didn't start that going into this year. You can't beat these guys. You can't beat the NBA lines. The night before, maybe once in a while, but you're not going to do it consistently. You got to bet the games a couple hours before the games because you need as much information on these games as possible, because NBA is a crazy sport. We see it, how much the refs can get into this. But with that being said, man, I would think the Nuggets would beat these guys by margin. And we're looking at the market right now, 15% of bets, 35% of money on the Miami Heat, man. The line's moving towards them. How can you not lean towards the Heat in this spot, guys? They're asking for more Nuggets money, playing at home, in elevation. I get it. It's a very tough place to play in Denver. But, the market's telling us everything we need to know in this spot, and it's probably most likely the Miami Heat side. That's the only thing I could tell you in this game. I don't really have too many angles in this game. I don't have a play in this game by any means. But NBA is just a wild sport, man. It's something you really have to digest and look at a couple hours before the game, because you never know what's going to happen in these lineups, man. Sometimes you're going to beat the lines, but you have better chances of beating the lines in other sports than NBA. You got to bet the NBA the day of, a couple hours before the games. I'm on nothing in this spot, though.
I think when it comes down to it, do you have enough to correlate for being on the dog. And let's just see how long this homestand is for Denver. And this will be the final bit for me here. It's game 4 of a 5-game homestand. That's the wheelhouse for the Nuggets. It's a wheelhouse for any team. 4th game of a 5-game homestand or 5th game of a 6-game homestand. So if the Sharps are on the heat, I get it. I'm not going to. I would love to fade the Nuggets after a big win over OKC. But the problem here, and it's a real problem, is it's the 4th game of a 5-game homestand. I think we get a nice performance here from the Nuggets. If I had a free bet, I would take the Heat. I know why Tori's on it, but I'm not going to move on it. So I did that was the final. I needed one more thing to correlate. It's not going to. Let's roll on. Next up for us, the Philadelphia 76ers at the Los Angeles Lakers. Sixers starting 1-6, 1-3 on the road. Lakers 4-4, but undefeated at home. We have right now, of course, AD, a game time decision. So let's take a look and see what the latest on AD is with the heel injury. He's probable. So Sham's saying that he's probable. So we expect him to go. He's dealing with that plantar fasciitis. Then we take a look at Rui. Rui is sick. He is questionable, but he missed Wednesday's game. We're seeing a lot of sickness in sports right now, and we talked about it with the Detroit Red Wings already. Of course, Maxey and Embiid out for the Sixers. So it's Lowry, Oubre, George, Caleb Martin, and then Andre Drummond at the 5. This is a pretty ugly situation here. Let's take a look at the line history. This total right now is at 223.5, juice to the over. It opened up at 221.5. We have a 2-point move towards the over. And then on the spread here, we have Philadelphia +7. Now that's a no vig kind of situation. It's come down from 8 to 7. No Maxey, no Embiid, and it's come down towards Philadelphia. So, what would that tell you? To me, that tells me that Paul George goes off. 15% of the tickets, 14% of the cash on the Sixers, 85 and 85 on the over. 15 and 14 on the Sixers, and this line is moving towards the Sixers. Sixers right now shooting 32.5 from 3, poor. So is the Lakers, 34.4. Philadelphia shooting 43.5 from the field, 97.76 possessions a game. Lakers are 9th, 101 possessions a game. Take it away for us here, Wine Time. I mean, clearly,
is AD in on this one game? Is he playing?
He is. Yes, he's probable. Sham just reported that he is probable. Lakers coming back from that long trip. They flew back yesterday. I mean, how is this team not vulnerable? Now, the problem here, and again, I've talked about it and I've taken advantage of it, is the Sixers are in LA for a couple days, and this is in my head. This is something that's just in my head that hasn't been coming to fruition in the short sample size of this year, thinking, it's dangerous being in LA for a couple of days. This is a Sixers spot. The problem is, again, and why is it not perfect, is that the Lakers lost their last 2 games, and they lost both of them by margin, and they're probably an angry group coming home. Paul George is, put up 18 against the Clippers. They lose by 12. I think that he bounces back here in this one, but he's not been playing very well. He's not shooting very well.
He loves to play at crypto, though. I can tell you that much.
He's been back for 2 games. He is shooting 47.8 from the field, 30% from 3. He's scoring. I mean, I guess they pulled him because, they're trying to get him back in, but, he only played 24 minutes against the Clippers. Take it away, man. Take it away. Doug White says, think the Sixers are live. So do I. But
yeah, you already touched on it, Jim. I'm on the 76ers +7.5. If you can get me at an 8 at a little bit better of a number, I would take that. I don't want anything over a -115. I'm also on Paul George, guys, over 22.5 points, -120. How can we not? He loves playing at crypto more than anything. He loves playing at crypto, especially against the Lakers. He loves playing against the Lakers. Honestly, I'm very tempted on giving out the money line on the 76ers right now. I'm not going to do it, but I really want to do it because I'm going to take it. +245 all day long in this spot. They're going to probably win this game outright. Lakers, man, AD, if he's going to be playing, he took a game off. LeBron's playing well. AD's playing well. I like what Redick's doing over there. This just seems like a clear-cut 76er spot, and I just feel like Paul George is going to be a killer out there. He's going to go for like 35 points, and there's just going to be a time of the game where he just takes over and he's just draining threes. It's just going to happen. I've seen it too many times, no matter what team he's playing for. So give me the 76ers at the best number available. Give me Paul George over 22.5 points, minus 120. That's what I'm getting right now. And yeah, we're going to rock and roll in this game. I'm a big Lakers fan, guys. You know, I did have Lakers jerseys behind me before I had this. Love my guy LeBron over there. I love the Lakers, but this is a clear-cut 76er spot. I'm not going to let my emotions get in the way of the way I cap games. So I'm taking the 76ers in the spot.
Yeah, my only concern is how bad the Lakers looked. But clearly the Sharps are on
Jim, it's the same team. It's going to be the same team every year, honestly. Like, this is going to be a team that's going to be like a couple games over 500 at the end of the season. It's going to barely make into the playoffs and hopefully make a run. I like the additions they have, and I like the coach, but it's just I don't know, man. Even the games that they were winning, they were barely winning. I mean, it's not like they were blowing teams out by any means. Don't get me wrong. They played some good teams and they played some good ball in those games, but I just think this is a clear-cut 76er spot. Paul George is going to there's going to be a run where he just goes off, and it's going to quiet that crowd. But you know, I could be wrong. You know, Lakers could go out there and smash, but I think laying 7.5 points against anyone when you're the Lakers is too many points, if you ask me. So I'm going to take the 76ers.
I will cheer you on. I'm going to stay off with the spot here, but clearly it's the sharp side. Clippers, Kings, the final game on our show. We're racing turkeys for $50 here in a second. Let's talk about this, though. The Clippers had a pretty nice homestand and then didn't start out nice, but they finished it by beating the Spurs and then beating the Sixers and booing Paul George and probably making them happy. Now they head out on the road. The Kings came back home and they're playing pretty good basketball. They got their Rebenga against the Raptors, beating them by 15 on Wednesday. That was God, I wish I wasn't so caught up in other sports. That was just such an easy spot. Saturated is with you on that. So it says ain't laying 7 with the Lake show. Let's talk about this spot. Nothing confusing about the injury report. Of course, Tucker, Leonard, Bamba out for the Clippers. So you got Zubac, Jones, Mann, Powell, Harden. For the Kings, Fox, Herter, DeRozan, Keegan Murray, and Sabonis. We have right now the Kings at -6.5 at -102. They open up -6. So we have a half-point move towards the Sacramento Kings at this number, a half-point move. When we get to the total, we have this at 223.5. It's juiced to the over. It opened up at 225.5. So we've had a 2-point move towards the under. And then when we get to the cash flow, we have 92% of the tickets and 91% of the cash on the Los Angeles Clippers, and 86% of the tickets and 91% of the cash on the over. This is a fade the Clippers spot for me. I'm going to be on the Sacramento Kings. I'm going to bet it as soon as the show's over. I wish I could have got in on that Lakers-Sixers game, which will be a lot of fun, but at least I have this at 10 p.m. Eastern. So Kings for me to close up my NBA card. Take it away for us, Wine Time. Clippers, Kings.
Yeah, you could only lean towards the Kings in this spot. My question is, who's going to guard my guy DeMar DeRozan over there in LA? James Harden, Powell, maybe. Give me DeMar DeRozan over 23.5 points, man. Every single day of the week, I'm going to take this bet, especially against the defense, especially against the guys that are going to guard him on the other side of the ball. I don't see Terrence Mann on him. I see Terrence Mann on DeAndre Fox because he's the only guy that can actually maybe somewhat keep up with Fox. Outside of that, man, this defense, I don't trust him. I think DeRozan's going to get off early and often. He's going to get to the free throw line. He's going to make his free throws and he's going to make his mid-range shots. I'm hoping he can make a 1-3, maybe 2. He's not sure. I mean, what are his numbers from the 3 range this year? Let me check really quick. I have him at a 38%. You know, he's actually shooting the ball pretty well. He's averaging 25.6 points a game. We've been on his over a lot of the time. I mean, early in the season, it was 19.5, 20.5, 21.5. Now we're getting to 23.5, probably where it should be, but there's no reason why he can't get 25 points or more in this game. He's going to get off. There's no one that's going to – Fox is going to give him the ball. Sabonis is going to get him the ball, especially when Sabonis is in the paint and he's being guarded. He's going to give it off to DeRozan for a mid-range jumper, and it's going to go in most of the time. We see what he does. He's a killer out there, and I think they're going to end up dominating this game. fourth quarter that he's going to take over this game, and probably that's where he's going to hit it over is the fourth quarter. So give me DeMar DeRozan over 23.5 points. I'm not going to take the Kings. I want to take them. My action's a lot. I just got a lot of action. I'm just not. I'm not going to take them. Maybe I might move on it depending on how the early games go. See how everything goes. But as of right now, I'm only on DeMar DeRozan over 23.5 points.
Is that regular VIG minus 110?
Minus 115.
Minus 115 here. The player props were taken off the board in that Sixers. Oh no, they're back now. Did you tweet out your look on Paul George?
I haven't tweeted out anything yet.
Okay, so Paul George here. Yeah, no, your line's good. 22.5. This is minus 128 at Pinnacle, which is a good sign for what you've got. And then let's just make a quick look at DeMar DeRozan, see if we can beat this here. We have okay, wait to this one. And can we beat your look on DeMar? No, same line, 23.5 minus 110. All right, you are in business. Let's review all NBA here and then race turkeys. In NBA, Justin McKelvey, play of the day, Stacks, play of the day number 2, Halliburton, double-double, plus 130. Kong's clips on Miles Turner over points and rebounds, 28.5, I believe. I don't have the second half of that tweet, unfortunately. My dude on Steph Curry over 25 points at minus 120. And that is for Chang Kim. Oh, yeah, best bet as well. If you could give us a best bet for our guy Chang for his birthday. You were leaning over in Pacers Hornets one time. Are you going to get there?
I'm going to tweet it out later. I'm going to wait and see what happens in this spot. Honestly, I haven't placed it yet, so I'm going to say it's a stay away for right now.
Yes, anything you tweet out will make official because we talked about all the games. Trae Young over 25.5 points at minus 105 for wine time. I'm going to be on the Pistons. I'm going to be on the Magic as well. I do want to hear that Zion's in, so I'm going to keep an eye on that. Wine time on the Magic minus 6, minus 110. I think I end up on the Celtics minus 13. I'm going to wait on this, but I think I end up there. Alperen Sengun over 10 rebounds for my dude at minus 145. Also on the Curry props. Bam over 17.5 points as well for him. And then the Cavs, I do have some interest in, but I'm certainly not going to do anything now. The Knicks minus 7 for wine time going up against Ron Crawford's play of the day. I'm interested in that. I want to take a little more time. Wine time on the Mavs minus 2.5. He's on Memphis minus 7. He's on the Rockets plus 8.5. I'm on the Blazers first quarter. Heat Nuggets, we stayed off. Wine time's on the Sixers plus 7.5. Paul George over 22.5. I'll be on the Kings. And wine time on DeMar DeRozan at minus 115. An important night, wine time. We truly, truly believe in you, my friend. Let's get that cash. Sometimes you need to climb out of a hole to show your strength and character and your determination. And that's what you need to do here. And we believe in you. Please support our guy, Wine Time. I'll go over his college football action as well, but please support him on X at Wine Time Sports. Wine Time, my man, happy Friday to you. Thank you for putting in such hard work for us. We want to watch you shine, my guy. Do you have a birthday pick for Chang Kim?
Yeah, get on at UCLA. Get on if you're out there, Chang. Get on the UCLA best number available. If you can get the 6.5, get the 6.5. I really like this play, man. It's not a biased play by any means. It's truly what I think is going to happen in this game. I'm a UCLA fan, but I've watched this team a lot, and I've just been getting good reads on them this season, and I've got a good read on Iowa as well. It's a team that I've probably talked about these are two teams that I've talked about on a week out basis with Jose on Wednesdays. And I just think I have a good look on this game. So, yeah, go ahead and take the Bruins at the best number available, Chang. Happy birthday. Hope you have a good one. Enjoy your weekend.
And I would say my best bet on the board, I know it's crazy to say this out loud, but I truly do think is Blazers first quarter. Blazers first quarter plus the points is my
What did you get, 4.5?
Well, I haven't bet it yet. So I'm going to see what my options are. But and I want to see if it continues moving against me, which it's 4 right now. I had to pick them at one book. I'm not, I'll have to sit around and figure out where the best spot is, but 4 at a minimum. So, Wine Time, my man, thank you for rocking. I will be in touch throughout the evening as we're going to have a ton of action. So I'll be in touch throughout the weekend too, my man. Go get that cash. Thank you for rocking with us. Any last words for the Capper Sporting Show?
Yeah, Jimmy, my man, always a good time with you, man. Being on stream with you, man. Look forward to this every week. know we're gonna get that cash tonight, man. It's a big night ahead, so I know we'll be texting probably throughout the whole night. So I'm looking forward to it, man. Good luck to everyone in the chat. Appreciate you guys for showing out no matter what. Catch us tomorrow. We're gonna be doing the tailgate early 7 a.m. tomorrow. Me, Daby, Cab, and Moose. Kong's Clips will be on there, unloading a clip on everyone. I'm sure Dutch will be on there. My guy Justin McLevy will be on there as well. My guy over there. Support us over there, and I'll be with Boston the Sauce after that, and then probably the live stream again. I'm not sure what game we're doing this weekend, but I'll be looking forward to it no matter what, guys. So shout out to you guys, and I love you guys, man.
Oh, there it is. Our guy, Wine Time Sports. Let's bring back our co-host and producer, Jose Bouquet, to the show, and let's race some turkeys. Jose. There's my little turkey impression. I was wondering, where that came from. Of course, it came from that chicken, planes, trains, and automobiles.
Sure. Yeah, I definitely remember her. Yeah.
You don't remember it all, eh? When
No.
Steve Martin goes back with the rental car place.
No,
his car's gone, and he swears. Yeah, because I watched the movie with the kids, and I didn't realize how much Steve Martin swore in that little bit there when he's getting the car back. I didn't realize it, but she's like, she's on the phone talking, and she's like, gobble gobble, gobble gobble, and then Steve Martin just loses it.
That's turkey or terrorist right there. That noise brings me back. It's good memories.
Yeah, it's a nice memory. It's a nice memory, my friend. We are going to review all action, but why don't we split it up by racing some turkeys here? How many gold members do we have, Jose?
84 gold members, 83 racers. We appreciate you guys as always for being gold members. And the turkeys are loaded up in the canal, so they're fiery, Jimmy. I'm excited for this.
Yeah, they do look fiery. All right, we are racing turkeys here. $50 to the winner. Shout out to Rude Boy who got his cash yesterday. Jose, let's race some turkeys, man. Let's do it.
All right, let's do it. Here we go here. What a beautiful race it is indeed. 50 seconds left on it. Big O is out in the lead right now. Conor Mac, Wolf, K-Wolf, all in the mix there as well. Little Domo, Chill Will. Look at these things. They even have hats. Big O's wearing a goddamn helmet. Preston Ekdal's up there. Oh, my Lord. What's going to happen, Jimmy?
K-Wolf, Big O in a football helmet. We got a pumpkin on Lil Domo's noggin. That's where we are. We got Big T leading the way. This is a turkey that wants to win. Gerald Jones right there as well. Saturated trying to come forward. We have Big T making a move. Can Big T find the wire? Will Big T be $50 richer? Here comes Sammy Comer and Bo Jackson. George Wood making another move. Financially free. Also moving forwardly. And Big T's usurped by Saturated. Usurped by Rod Zawacki. Rod Zawacki. Look at that turkey.
Look at him go, and all the other turkeys just die, I guess, huh?
Well, we eat them. We eat them. Rod Zawacki, $50 richer. Jeff Slaughter was number 2. Look at him. Almost got there. We wish he had him because then we go right back. We put it right back in. Look at that. Shout out to Rod Zawacki. I thank you for being a gold member, and you are $50 richer. $50 richer is Rod Zawacki. Richly deserved, Rod, my friend. And Saturated, it's never be good to be up early. Yeah, no, it's hard to go gate to wire. Hard to go gate to wire. You were the pace turkey.
That is fact.
All right, I started my day off with a loser. It was disappointing. Twice we got to within 3 points, and each time they would buckle. I could understand exactly why the market was moving. I tried to take advantage of it. That didn't work. So shout out to everybody on Gardner Webb. It's unfortunate. Now I'm 2-3. I should not, like, the leans were cash. I should not be 2-3 now this point in the season, but we'll get that back. We'll get that back. So CFL, I'm on the Argos money line. And then I'm on the Rough Riders plus 4.5. I do have the Bombers. I do need this to be a Bombers win by a field goal. That would just be in heaven, and the under 48 would be nice. So there we go. Then we have in NHL, Slatsy. He's on Rossi over a half point at plus 100. McMichael over a half goal at plus 250. He's got a wild Vegas money line parlay. Ron Crawford on the Caps -1. At this point, I'm on the over 6.5 in Pittsburgh, Washington. If this line's moving against me, it's a bad sign. So let's just take a look. No, a 10-cent move for me. Okay, good. So it's -120 now. And this is very good. I'm also going to be on the Pittsburgh Penguins first period, but I haven't bet that yet. And then I want the Kraken. We had somebody come in the chat named Chris who was like, I don't care what y'all say, Vegas going to get me paid. I get it. And if you bet Vegas on every one of their road games, you need to borrow money to pay your rent. They've won one of those games, and they're coming off a huge win against Edmonton. I do like the Kraken here. I might move on it. I hate fading the Vegas. I think Vegas is a really good hockey team. So I don't know what to do at this point, honestly. I don't know what to do. Justin McKelvey, stacks play today, number 1 is Penn State. Penn State -19 in college basketball. Or is that college football? Jesus. Must be college football because I don't know. Can you hit me, Justin, because you're still rocking with us, what stacks, if that's Penn State football or
yeah, that's basketball.
It is basketball. Okay. Penn State basketball. Thank you. Then for me, I don't have much left here other than I want the Lobos first half. So I don't know. And then again, I'm going to wait for the market on that one a little bit. Wine time on the under 55 in Cal, Wake Forest. Wager Detective on the over 44.5 in Iowa, UCLA, but he's also on UCLA. Dougie Wise on Iowa. Wine time on UCLA +7 on the money line +175 under 45. And his teaser, we didn't finish off the teaser, but he'll tweet it out. It started with UCLA and then Rice next. Then NCAA play of the day is the Lobos for Ron Crawford. I want the Lobos. That's going to be wild. And I'll be on the Lobos first half in basketball and the Lobos full game in football. That's just, I don't know. That doesn't sound like a winning proposition. But Daby Cab also has Hoover over 307.5 passing yards and Clemson -6.5. And we just reviewed NBA. So that is our show for today. It was a banger. It was a long one, extensive.
Thorough.
Thorough. Thank you for saying that. That is our show for today. We have nothing without you guys. Congratulations on Rod Zawacki for having the fastest turkey. DC Capper, Textile. Look at the sea of green rocking with us. Textiles, Justin McKelvey, DC Capper. Thank you. He's on California -7.5. And he's also on Texas -21.5. The Nuke Worker, Argos Bombers, Moneyline Parlay at +198. I hope that comes through. The Skunt Blaster, Billy Friedrich. Thank you guys. Saturated, Nasty Nate. Thank you guys. Truly, truly thank you. Johnny K, Tori Coker, Dougie Wise. Thank you guys. Chase J, Wine Time, Andrew G. Thank you guys so much for being a part of the show, supporting it. Markel, Kong's Clips. That is the week that is. And we head into the weekend. We need to thicken our bankroll for this weekend. Huge weekend ahead of us. We will have all-day college football that will roll into UFC tomorrow, and then Sunday NFL Pub Hub at 11 a.m., and then our live stream on Sunday night. And that is our show for today. Jose, thank you for all the hard work you do behind the scenes and in front of the scene. Thank you, my man. Can you please lead us into the weekend, the glorious weekend where we're going to get paid in full? Jose, can you?
Yep.
Please?
If you need Jimmy or myself this weekend, do not bother us on Saturday because that is our day to recharge these batteries for a glorious, glorious Sunday. So I wish you luck, Jimmy, as well tomorrow because I hope you get some rest. It's been a long week, especially. DC Capper, Justin, Saturated, J-Dub, Nuke, all you guys, old Scum Blaster. It was nice having Scum Blaster. It was my first time seeing Scum Blaster on screen last night as well. That was nice. So shout out to you, Justin. All you guys, appreciate it. Saturated, nice seeing you on screen last night as well. How about we end with this? You know, it was nice seeing our guy Mikey Money in the chat. Let's just bask in the glory of cheeks.